I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please standing for the national anthem. Please stay standing. Seated. Is it a little hot in here to y'all? Okay, not just me. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm not Delulu. Okay. Roll call and verification of quorum by Chair Trainer.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Lazo?
Present.
I am present. Corelli?
Present.
Morissette?
Present.
Temple?
Present.
Guerrero? Absent. Blanco?
Present.
Polera?
Present.
Caringle?
Present.
Daedalus? Absent. Takara?
Present.
Butler?
Present.
Shannon? Lazier? Absent. Fintel?
Present.
Hamid?
Present.
Rose?
Present.
Whitson?
Here.
Brown?
Present.
Samilla?
Present.
Humayun? Absent. Patel?
Here.
Yaman Chili is excused. Luthra?
Present.
Acosta?
Present.
Lopez? Absent. Hashimi?
Present.
Duke? Absent. Torres?
Present.
Holmes?
Present.
Hurst?
Here.
Fook?
Present.
Musameyer?
Present.
Polera? Absent. Pullman?
Present.
Richmond?
Present.
Vasquez?
Present.
Demarla?
Here.
Mittal?
Present.
32 out of 39. Quorum is verified.
Thank you, Vice Chair Trainer. Open forum. Are there any non-senators wishing to speak during open forum? Seeing none.
There is.
Oh, where? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand. Come on up. There's a microphone right over here. Right over here, there's a microphone. And then once you click the button, it should turn green, and that's how you know the microphone's on. Yes, just press it. If it's green, that's how you know it's on.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elian Morales. I am proud to be representing Hearts for the Homeless here tonight. We are a registered student organization that is part of an international movement dedicated to eliminating health disparities in our communities. We were founded right here in UCF in 2016, and we've become an international org that's spread over to Brazil, Sri Lanka, and France. In our UCF Orlando chapter, we're dedicated to providing free health screenings towards the homeless community, where we provide free blood pressure, EKG, and eye health exams. We're very dedicated to our cause, and we also perform donation drives and educational workshops where we educate the homeless on pertinent topics and collect hygiene products, clothing, and food items. Our organization is proudly led by UCF students who show exceptional values of compassion, volunteering, and community service. We believe that everyone deserves access to healthcare and sustenance. And we believe that this proclamation to recognize the week of March to the 25th to the 29th as the UCS Spring Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week is an excellent idea. This proclamation aligns with our values and our mission, and it raises awareness about the challenges faced by the homeless in our community, including students. I have experienced homelessness myself firsthand, and I believe that most people don't understand how homelessness truly affects people. I believe this proclamation can bring attention to these issues in our community. It's a call of action for students at UCF to get together and help those in need. By passing this proclamation, we can show that we at UCF stand in solidarity with the homeless community, and we can take a step towards creating a more compassionate and inclusive society. I really wanted to thank Andrea Vasquez for taking the first step towards this initiative. Tomorrow, we'll be hosting our Give Some, Get Some event, which is going to be a massive donation drive at the Student Union from 10:30 to 2:30 p.m. Here, we'll collect perishable items, hygiene items, and clothing items and in exchange for raffle tickets, where we will offer prizes in exchange for community service. These donations will directly benefit homeless communities in the greater Orlando area, and we will spread these during our screenings, which we do 6 times a week, every single week. We would really appreciate your support through donations. And once again, I wanted to thank Andrea and student government for allowing us to perform this activity. So we hope to see you all there, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Did you want to answer any questions if there were any? Anyone have any questions? None? Thank you so much for your time. Awesome. Is there anyone else wishing to speak during open forum? Seeing none, announcements from the student body president. Oh,
Point of order. We still need to approve the minutes in the agenda.
yes, we did. Sorry. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Okay, Brandon, come on up. I'm on spring break, mind y'all. I apologize. Thank you.
Hi, Senate. I hope everyone had a fantastic spring break and is energized to race towards the finish line of the semester. To those of you all graduating, we're almost there, so let's keep pushing. Some updates for me this week. The Executive Cabinet hosted the College Major Showcase. So this event featured representatives from all 13 colleges discussing the different opportunities and resources that their colleges had to offer. This was a platform point of Colby and I, so we were happy that this event was able to be held around the time that students are enrolling in their classes. We did conduct a survey at the end, which got a lot of good responses just about what students know and don't know about their colleges. So something about that event is just really meeting students where they're at. I think students might not be willing to walk into their college's office, so ensuring that they can walk in the student union and meet with their college, I think was super important. I hope to see that event continue in the future. I did want to shout out our Deputy Chief of Staff, Peter Pham. He hosted the final ELC meeting this week. This program was such a success, and I am so proud of all of the ELCers for their hard work this semester. Finally, today, the Board of Trustees had a workshop where we were presented about the plan for the construction of the Athletics Village. This project will be incredibly beneficial for our student athletes, but also student organizations, as they will be allowed to reserve and rent out this new tower and space to host different events. That's all for me. Have a fantastic weekend.
Does anyone have any questions for President Greenaway? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the student body president from President Greenaway, Vice President by President Greenaway.
Quick update from Colby. The ADSB meeting will be hosted tomorrow. It's at the RWC at 11:30 a.m.
Are there any questions regarding the student body vice president's report? Seeing none, thank you. Comptroller's report, Comptroller Kane.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to apologize in advance for the length of my announcement. There have been a lot of developments fiscally in the last several weeks. So I'll start off with the CRT balance being reported at negative 14,869.02 cents with 2.3% reversions. The FAO balance at negative 16,324.46 with no reversions. So as I said before, there's been substantial developments from my previous time speaking with you. As many of you have probably heard, in the process of looking at adding funds to CRT and FAO from OPS, I instead of excess funds that were expected being present in OPS accounts, Fong and I discovered substantial overages to OPS accounts across the board. Based off the previously processed pay periods, I have calculated that the executive branch OPS stands at $36,157.45. The legislative branch OPS budget stands at negative $7,708.78, and the judicial branch OPS budget stands at negative $3,517.23. I met with branch heads this week to discuss a plan moving forward in this process. We're working with other entities to ensure funds are transferred to cover costs, and many operations are being cut short. As a result of my findings on OPS this year, we must implement a comprehensive overhaul of fiscal policy. Today, we held a finance office meeting where we audited previous fiscal year OPS and created policy suggestions and controls that will be implemented for the next fiscal year to prevent this from happening. I will immediately work with the new Senate leadership to ensure this. That being said, I wanted to make everyone aware, for transparency, after analyzing the data, some individuals were averaging nearly 100% or more in excess hours. These individuals are Aiden DeCara, averaging 400% in excess of allocated weekly hours, Allison Pullman, averaging 188% in excess of allocated hours, Denishka Morissette, averaging 104% in excess of allocated weekly hours, and Laura Richmond, averaging 98% in excess of weekly hours. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Comptroller Kane? Chair Temple?
Kind of two questions, if I may.
You may.
Are you at liberty to disclose what those policy suggestions are?
Yeah, so off the top of my head, we talked about a lot of different things. We talked about implementing financial training specific to student government employees so that they know the expected amount of hours that they're supposed to work. Also, just coordinating more closely with branch heads so that as soon as everyone is brought on, they know exactly what expectations are and there aren't any future problems. And then also substantially more robust tracking strategies. So having a report sent to me every 2 weeks, every pay period, so that we can actually see the OPS and we can raise any red flags with the respective branches to prevent this from happening. Previously, I was only being sent the report from the executive branch, so I didn't have access to data from the other branches.
Are there any other, did you have a follow-up?
My second follow-up has been answered.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Thank you. Please inform me if you're going to state names, please. Thank you. Attorney General's report, A.G. Moore.
Good evening. Not a lot from me. This week, I met with the Classroom Utilization Task Force where they applauded the student government's work on the survey, and they're going to be using it going forward with scheduling classes. I also added Internal Bill 5514 into statutes, and that's it for me.
All right. Are there any questions for A.G. Moore? Seeing none, thank you. Cabinet Forum, Chief of Staff Sabrinho. Oh, Peter, you got that? All right.
So from Jen, hi everyone. I hope you all had an amazing year in session. Please ensure that you all have submitted your RSVP for passing of the gavel by tomorrow. After that, it will be closed. Also, we need your help gathering photos for the slideshow. If you could all drop your photos into the photo circle of the year, please do. And then she shared a link. Then she said, thank you.
All right. Are there any questions for Chief of Staff Sabrinho's report? Seeing none, thank you. Deputy Chief of Staff, Peter.
Hi, everyone. Hope your spring break was great and congratulations on a great session. As the year comes to an end, I've had the privilege of being in charge of SGLC along with my other coordinators. We couldn't have asked for better members and a better year. My last ALC session was this past Tuesday, and next Tuesday, April 2nd, will be the end of year banquet for SGLC. It will be in the Live Oak Ballroom from 7 to 8:30, and you are all welcome to come. Just a disclaimer, we won't have food for everyone, but please still come to support your SGLCs completing the program. And if you have any other questions, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Deputy Chief of Staff Pham? Seeing none, thank you. Director of Student Affairs, Director Urea.
Hey y'all. Ooh, that was so loud. Hope you're having a great week so far. So right at 7 p.m., you all should have gotten an email with Universal Nights volunteer sign-up sheet. So if you didn't get that for any sort of reason, just let me know and I will send that over to you. Make sure that you're reading the job description of what you're signing up for, just so you know what's expected of you. And just as years past, it's going to be 2 shifts in order to get a ticket. And then for all you senators, it's for you guys that are in the current session, not for next session unless you're also in this session, if that makes sense. So don't send out the sheet to anyone or anything like that. It's just for you guys. And then, also if you're getting any emails from students with any questions, please forward them to sgaexec@ucf.edu, because I'm using that email just to have it in one spot. So don't send it to my personal email, please. And yeah, any questions?
Are there any questions for, are there any questions for Director Urea? Seeing none. Director of Communications, you're doing it for Moira?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, so Moira said, happy almost April. Socials have been doing fantastic with engagement and great job on recent events. When you're submitting requests, please make sure that you include all information, especially collaboration information, as I have no way to know if you don't tell us. And also, please add your photos to the photo circle. I assume that's for passing of the gavel, so.
Are there any questions for Director Urea? Laza?
You might not be able to answer this, but is there any way that we can have a little bit more response from emails when submitting requests, just so that we can avoid any issues about communication and collaboration issues?
Yeah, sure. I'll pass it on to Moira. You said more emails back? Sorry, I can't hear.
Yeah, just a little bit like following up on sent emails and requests, just so that we can avoid a little bit of like collaboration and communication issues.
Yep, I'll pass that on to her.
Are there any other questions? Thank you. We just can't have that name putting out there again. I just don't think that was okay, personally, for me, especially given the situation. I won't speak further on that, but that's all I'm going to say. Announcements from the Chief Justice Silva, who's speaking for her. No one? I will. Good evening, Senate. Just a few moments announcements from me. All of our translators from Dr. Rubiera's Spanish class are done with their assignments for us and are currently working on their reflections based on the experiences with the judicial forums. I've gotten to know all of them pretty well, and I am excited for some of them to remain translators for the following year. Title IX is up and running. I've gotten lots of inquiries about it and how it works, so I'm excited to see how the branch continues to work on it from years to come. Starting up our free LSAT initiative again, as it is starting to become the time that law school applicants that will apply next cycle start to take the LSAT. I am more excited about this initiative now that the LSAT format has changed, and people will need more practice as it is less familiar. Are there any questions for Chief Justice Silva? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, Supervisor Myers.
Hey guys, I hope everybody had an awesome spring break, and just with the AC today, make sure y'all are drinking water. For EC, pretty much, we will just be meeting up until summer A. We're gonna be focusing on a transition binder for all the leadership as well as the commission itself. And I'll make sure to educate all of those returning commissioners on exactly what is required of EC leadership to ensure that we will have prepared applicants for the upcoming year. And if you have any feedback on student government elections or have any ideas for the future, please feel free to email me or send me a message through Teams.
Are there any questions for Supervisor Myers? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair? Huh? Oh, clap, go ahead. None. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair? None. Announcements from the Senate President? Transition binder is due tonight at 11:59. I've gotten maybe 4 or 5 of them. if Vice Chair Trainer can send me a transition binder for a caucus that doesn't exist yet, you can send me a transition binder for a committee and caucus that does exist. Just saying. Banquet on April, that's something I can call out for, okay? I'll just say that. Banquet on April 6th at 6:30 p.m. is at the Celeste Hotel. If you did not RSVP, sorry, you're not going. It's semi-formal. Yeah, whatever that looks like to you, I'm not going to police what you wear. Are there any questions for myself? Patel?
What's in the transition binder that you want to see?
So I sent out a template, but I can forward it to you again so that you can use it. It got sent like in January, so you have to like dig through, but if you need me to forward it again so you can see it again, I can do that.
Yeah, just do that.
Sounds good. Senator Lazier?
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:33 p.m. I'm so sorry. I did not forget about you. Senator Polera?
President voting.
So noted at 7:33 p.m. Anyone else? Oh yeah, additionally, if you need stoles, if you didn't like the message in Teams, you need to tell me now, especially if you're in Senate leadership. If you're not in Senate leadership, there's stoles for you to just go ahead and pick up. It says student body senator on it. If you didn't like the message and you're chair or vice chair of any caucus or committee, please let me know. Are there any questions regarding stoles? Hurst? Oh, it doesn't matter. Have to be stoles. It doesn't have to be stoles.
I remember last time we talked about you were making a yearbook or something.
Yeah.
Is it still happening?
Yeah, it is. I'm probably going to take y'all's pictures next week. If you know you're not going to be here next week, come get your picture today after the meeting. All right. Okay. Any other questions? Oh, Acosta?
I did have a question about the stoles.
Yeah.
What if a previous member from, let's say, a different session is graduating this semester? Is there a way that we can?
Yeah, you just contact me or you contact the current speaker's email.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I think I had one more thing. Oh, yeah. The actual legislative awards will be given at passing the gavel. So I don't know if that deadline has passed to RSVP for that, but make sure you're there. Just in case you have an award. Obviously, I'm not going to say who got the awards, but yeah, that's it. Internal legislative assistant report, ILA Pullman.
Hi guys, so we had our last SLC meeting this week, which pretty much concludes SGLC and SLC for me, and I'm really proud of them. I think all of them but 3 ran for a seat and they all got it. So a lot of my SLCers are going to be senators next year, and I'm really proud of all the work that I put in and all the work that they put in. I think everything was well deserved on that end. Nighthon, so we're still doing branch wars. The buckets are in the office on the table. Whoever has the most money in their bucket or like Venmo to Kirsten, I think the branch head will get pied in the face probably sometime next week or the week after. It might be after Nighthon, but Nighthon is April 6th, the main event. So it will end then, but that's just another way to raise money. If you have any questions about that, let me know. But overall, just really proud of all the work that everyone's done this semester in SGLC and SLC.
Are there any questions for ILA Pullman? Hurst?
Are we currently aware of who's in the lead?
I have no idea.
Okay. I actually do want to say one more thing. I do want to say that the situation regarding OPS, I do not want you to sit there and blame your peers for that situation because it is a very complex situation and it's not merely just on them. So that situation where their names were said, that I did not know that was going to happen. I do not agree with that, and I don't think it's okay, especially the fact that this is a recorded live stream, and that's necessarily so close to doxing people. Like, that's just not okay. Reporters can come after people like that. I just don't think that's okay, period. And I apologize that happened to you. I was not under the impression that was going to happen. And I don't want you to sit here and blame the peers' names that were said for that specific situation, because the fact that the OPS went over, that wasn't intentional. So I just want to say that I'm coming from a place of empathy and perspective as a branch head. And I want you to give empathy to your peers as well. The situation is being figured out by, branch heads and fiscal heads. So I just want to say that I I just don't think that was okay. Even if those audits or whatever may be public record, I just don't think it's okay to single anyone out. If you have an issue with something, you need to talk directly to the person, especially when empathy or sympathy is not involved in the conversation. So if you have any questions for me regarding that, that's all. But if I hear anything about someone coming up to someone else regarding this situation and it's not in a positive light, it will not be good for you. I'm just going to say that. So I apologize that happened to you, the individuals' names that were stated, and a conversation will be had. Thank you. Are there any questions about what I just said? Seeing none. External Legislative Assistant Report, Richmond.
You should fill out the advising survey and send it to all your friends and people you know. The last team meeting will be Tuesday for the College of Business, so shout out them. And then if you're interested in tabling at orientation, let me know. It'll be to register voters through like GAP. The deadline is tomorrow, so let me know.
Are there any questions for ELA Richmond? Seeing none. I'm going to go with Daedalus and I'll go with you, Samila.
President voting.
So noted at 7:38 p.m., Samila.
That was a question. Is that okay if I ask her a question?
Oh, you want to ask her a question?
Yeah. In the survey, there's a question that says, indicate your academic year. Does that mean credit hour or what year you're here?
I believe
Your
it's
year.
year.
Like your year. Mhm. Senate President Pro Tempore report. You have anything to say, Akila?
Hello, I hope everyone's doing well and had a great spring break. I went to Rome, Italy, so I thought about Senate for a good amount of time, looking at everything. I always saw Ethan and Vihan's profile pics, the SBQR, like everywhere I went. So it was a good reminder. But other than that, me and Sierra have been working really hard to wrap up the semester and focus on tackling issues that can that would lead to a smooth transition. So we're really focusing on making sure that the next session, the leadership is set up for success. I'll be on campus, so I'll be probably around if in case like there is any like help needed or anything like that. But other than that, today will probably be a heavy day regarding the Eternal Knights proclamations. I know I'm a very emotional person, and last time I had to leave crying. So this is just to put it out there to, if you feel that you feel tearing up, please don't hesitate to excuse yourself. I'll probably be the first one. But yeah, it is a very heavy subject. So, don't feel ashamed of your emotions is what I just wanted to put out there.
Are there any questions for Pro Tempore DeMarla?
Did you have fun in Rome?
It was the best.
Good.
I was living vicariously through her. Akila looks great, period. If Akila's in the picture, it's automatically great, Are there any other questions for Pro Tempore DeMarla? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs Report, D. Morissette.
Hello, everyone. No new legislation tonight. I gave a fiscal recap to SLC yesterday, which I kind of just highlighted the differences from last fiscal year to this fiscal year for FAO and CRT. Also highlighting ROS because I feel like that's the hardest committee to understand, so they're fiscally prepared for next year. And I'm also working on a fiscal bill tracker to make things easier for the next DLEG. That will just kind of include RSO, the senators allocated to, the amount they've already spent, and just continuously updating it throughout the semester.
Are there any questions for D. Morissette? Seeing none, moving on, D. Pro Tempore of Senate Relations Report.
Hi, everyone. Sign up for the Easter egg scavenger event. It's tomorrow. The Google Forms is in the agenda and also in the Senate teams.
Are there any questions for D. Mittal? Seeing none, caucus reports, APIA caucus, Chair Patel. Oh, there you are. Paige was blocking you. I was like, oh, you're not here.
Yeah, so we had to cancel the Japanese calligraphy workshop we had planned for April 5th due to some funding issues. But we're working also with Foxtail to get some special APIA themed drinks on the menu for the month of April.
All right. Are there any questions for Chair Patel? And I wanted to acknowledge Chair Patel. Thank you for all you've done. You've hit a lot of roadblocks this session, but that doesn't discount any of the work that you've done. So thank you so much. Even though you can't have this event, even trying to get APIA themed drinks on the menu is important. People are going to acknowledge that. People are going to be seen by that. So just want to give a round of applause for that. If you know Ishan's been through it, like, so you deserve the recognition. Are there any questions for APIA Caucus Chair Patel? Seeing none, Black Caucus Chair Daedalus.
Hi, everyone. It's really brief. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for a great session. This is my first year, so it's one to remember, one for the books, honestly. Thank you again for everybody that supported me, helped me, answered my questions, corrected me when I made mistakes. I appreciate it. I hope you all have a great rest of your semester. Be academic weapons, because you just need to be an academic weapon. And if you're not an academic weapon, it's okay. It takes time for them to develop. So take your time and be gracious to yourself.
All right. Are there any questions for Chair Daedalus? Seeing none, Disability Caucus, none, Latin Hispanic Caucus, Chair DeCara.
We had to reschedule our event that was supposed to be tomorrow till April 12th. Just the things that came up between me and MSC. Still happening though, and everything the same way. There'll be a graphic soon about that. And then couldn't meet today as I was busy. So, and also a few people, we had the Women's Caucus, so I know some of us just couldn't attend, so we wouldn't meet quorum no matter what.
Are there any questions for Chair DeCara? Seeing none, Women's Caucus, Chair Lazo.
You skipped LGBTQ.
Oh, my bad. I still love you, Paige. LGBTQ plus Caucus, Chair Patel. I still love you.
The noise I made out. It was like so wounded. But anyway, hello everybody. Hope you all had a great break. We had our trans wellness seminar on Monday and it turned out great. Yay. We actually had people show up. So that was exciting. Definitely would encourage whoever's the next chair to do it again next year. I left a lot of information in my transition binder. So like hint, hint, nudge, nudge. We also might be tabling on Monday as part of the Trans Week of Visibility. I put some graphics from the MSC and the Ginsburg Center and the LGBTQ plus services and Lavender Council. They're all doing that stuff. I put those graphics in the general chat so you guys can see them and see what they're doing. I think there's a flower festival tomorrow, so go check that out. But yeah, so we'll be doing that hopefully Monday. We will also be meeting next week on Thursday at 1:30 p.m. We will be finishing out the contact list and discussing ideas for the caucus to do in the future. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Chair Pintel? Seeing none, great transition binder, by the way. It was beautiful. Women's Caucus, Chair Lazo.
Hi, everybody. So the Women's Business Showcase was a success. We survived a Cat 3 hurricane, and a tent did not fall on Jason, despite what he might say. I learned a lot about planning, coordinating, communicating with this event. This is like literally my first like big event, and many vendors were pleased with the event despite Mother Nature interfering. I might emphasis on the big maybe do another business showcase in early fall because there was a lot of interest and a lot of vendors were asking me like, can we do that again later? And I was like, well, sure. Lastly, we are having our last meeting of the session next week to go over future plans for the caucus and look back on past years, past success in this caucus. So if you have any ideas that you think would benefit us, don't be afraid to stop by and let us know. We love that. And then for like a semi-history fact, it's just like for women's history fact and also Latin history. So I'm from Costa Rica, if you guys don't know, and today is the birthday of our first woman. She was president from 2010 to 2014. And I personally don't agree with that candidate, but also they were such a big milestone for Costa Rica, which is a notoriously conservative country. And also it's the Lady Gaga's birthday, so go celebrate that.
Alrighty. Sorry, I got lost in the sauce. Okay. Are there any questions for Chair Lazo? All right. And a round of applause for the Women's Business Showcase. That was amazing. I probably say this like every meeting. I'm so proud of every single one of y'all, big or small stuff. Military and Veterans Caucus, Acting Chair Moore.
Hi, everyone. We are officially done meeting for the year, but we do have an event for the month of the military child on April 13th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Lake Claire, and anyone is welcome to attend. It's kind of a cookout vibe going on, music, food, and games, and we are doing this in collaboration with the Military and Students Success Center.
Are there any questions for Acting Chair Moore? Seeing none. Unfinished business, none. Fiscal committee caucus time, none. Fiscal committee reports, CRT committee chair Samillo.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, so we had new business. Sorry, y'all don't get to hear me blabble a whole bunch of numbers. I know you miss it. It's okay. Our last meeting's next week at 3 p.m. on Monday. And then know your resources as a student and a human being. I linked CHIPS as well as the suicide crisis hotline that's on the top of all of our parking garages. Help is available, and I love you. We love you. You have people here. You have a support team, so just know that.
Alrighty. FAO committee chair Butler, none. ORS committee chair Rose.
This Monday, we did 4 post-funding reviews and postponed another 4.
Are there any questions for Chair Rose? Seeing none. Fiscal legislation, none. Internal committee caucus time, ENA 10 minutes. I hereby recess this meeting at 7:47 p.m. to reconvene at 7:57 p.m.
Hey, y'all, I'm sorry. Can you use the mics with the fan? And I can't hear anything.
Yeah, got
So
it.
sorry. So Takara's here. I'm here. Lopez is excused. LGR is absent. Pro Temp Rep is here. And Grace is here. We have 1, 2, 4 out of 3 we're verified.
Motion to approve last meeting's minutes.
So moved.
Pushed by general consent. Motion to approve this meeting's agenda.
So moved.
Approved by general consent. Anyone wishing to speak in open forum? I'm assuming none. Announcement from the chair. Sorry, we couldn't meet quorum today because Lopez was not here. Also, I was in central care. So that's it. Announcements from the vice chair.
You can read them.
Good morning. It's not good morning. I'm sorry for confusion yesterday. I'm so grateful that with the work with you this session. I know you do great in the 56. I'm going to assume there's no questions. Announcements from committee members. None. Announcements from non-committee members. None. No old bills, no old resolutions. New business. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, debate?
333.
Any objections? Seeing none. 333. Does anybody want to actually speak for this? Do you want to do this vice chair?
Sure, I'll speak on it.
It's literally just, I think it's just strike throughs.
Yeah.
Vice chair Harris, you have 3 minutes. When
Okay, it has to load. Okay, so this is for Title VI. It's just taking out the hallway outside the Pegasus Ballroom for possible places for styling polos in places because we can't do that anymore, as Myers has told us. And then changing petition signatures instead of it being just petitions, and removing it from obtaining it from the student graduate assistant because we don't do that anymore. It's all online. And then changing school day to academic day. I yield my time.
We are now in questioning. Any questions from
Sorry, I'm
any
not
members?
in the committee. Why can't we use that location anymore?
This info is directly from.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. This info is like directly from Birdie, but it's just a student union rule. They hate us.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate?
Sure, this is all good. Actually, this could have been a question, but do we need to mark school and academic in this one? Because didn't we have a separate bill doing all that? Will people care? I don't know.
Does it say academic school or academic anything?
It said school and it's changed to academic, but I thought we had a separate bill that changed that in all the statutes. So is that
It's fine.
necessary?
It just
Okay.
makes it easier for the
Whoever's
either
updating.
more or the
Okay.
next AG when it goes in.
Okay. Vote yes.
We're making it live for tomorrow. There's so many bills that are changing statutes. You can just command F. That's why I'm so scared.
A lot of it. All right.
Move to vote.
Move to vote. We're now on voting procedures. Raise your hand. Yes. Hand for yes. I'm voting yes. No. Abstain. With a vote of 4 to 0 to 0. It passed. Any resolutions? None. Membership discussion. I don't want to hear anything. Miscellaneous business. I don't want to hear anything. Motion for what? There's my motion for pending panel roll call. Vice Chair Hurst.
Same as initial.
All right, we're done. This meeting is adjourned at 7:53 p.m.
All right, I reconvene this meeting at 8:07 p.m. Internal committee reports, ENA committee, Chair DeCara. Chair Yalman-Chili.
Present voting.
So noted at 8:07 p.m. Chair DeCara, ready when you are.
We just caucused for one internal bill. It passed 4-0 to 0.
Are there any questions for Chair DeCara? Hurst?
I just want to say we did it in 3 minutes. We had an entire legislation agenda in 3 minutes.
I think that's record time. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, GAP Committee Chair Temple.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Well, I'm gonna ad-lib a little bit because my computer is lagging right now. But in any case, GAP had another work session this week. That will be the last meeting of the session. I forgot to mention it to you all, but yeah, expect a very sappy, sorrowful comment next meeting. But in any case, so the reason why we had another work session this week was because of the big event tomorrow, which is from 11:30 to 1:30. Sorry, Vasquez, in advance. Ignite Your Vote will be held at the Live Oak Ballroom this tomorrow, being organized by a new organization called Knights Votes, which has been the organization I've been working with, and it has been staffed by a bunch of UCF stakeholders, including administrators, faculty, and of course, students. This event will be actually very engaging and hopefully be interactive and teach students about the importance of voting as well as the coming election cycle. And I do encourage you all to attend. And if you can't attend, tell your friends, tell your friends' friends, so on and so forth. Tell your dogs even if you want to come by, because there is free food over there. So I've heard anyway. But it is extremely important for us to be engaged as soon as possible because of the election in November, as well as all the elections between now and November itself. I did post the link to the Knights Votes Night Connect, and if for some reason that doesn't work, I'll just send it to you via DM. But yes, please come out to this event, and afterwards you can go to Vasquez's event as well. I'm sure that is going to be fantastic as well. Just prepare for walking. In any case, I do have 2 facts today, one of which is not sanctioned, courtesy of a certain Senator Hurst, and I don't even know if it's a proper history fact, but fun it. Istanbul was renamed to Constantinople, should have been the other way around. Today in 1930, after Constantine the Great made the city his capital in the 4th century CE. Although if I'm not mistaken, Istanbul became the new name in 1930 following the creation of the Republic of Turkey, now Turkiye. But a proper fact now, Liverpool holds the world record for the most #1 hit singles with bands based out of the city producing a whopping 56 hits, and was deemed the City of Pop in 2001 by Guinness Book of World Records and the UNESCO City of Music in 2015. And to any American music fans out there, you never heard of Liverpudlian.
Are there any questions for GAP Chair Temple? Seeing none, LJR Committee Chair Yalman-Chili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and apologies that my announcements aren't really on the agenda. They will be soon because I just got here. So LJR met today. We finished up the last of the work of the 55th session. We saw about 8 absence requests. We approved all of them except one, I think, and we approved 2 bills. One was an internal bill where students representing downtown campus will be able to select a representative amongst themselves. And also the same applies to the Burnett Honors College. The second bill was related to SGLC JC and Senator-elect his initiative to make an ad hoc Connect caucus for transfer students. And apart from that, next week, we're going to be having a Senate potluck at the LJR timings. As I said a few days ago, I'm going to be posting an Excel sheet in the Senate Teams so that people can put in what they want to bring, whether that be food or games. We're also going to implement some ideas that committee members suggested today, that being Chair Hamid. He did say that we were going to have cup stacking. I didn't know what cup stacking was, but it sounds interesting. And secondly, let me look up what the other thing was, but because I do forget. Yeah, so that would be cornhole. Apparently, there's cornhole supplies in the SG office. I didn't know that there were cornhole supplies in the SG office, but that's cool. And lastly, my history facts of the day. In 1842, March 28th, the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra had its first concert. And I say that as an admirer of orchestras myself, having seen a Star Wars orchestra at the Kennedy Center for Performing Arts in DC by the NSO, the National Symphony Orchestra. It's pretty cool. And the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra is one of the finest in the world. And my second history fact was about the Roman Empire. On the 28th of March, 193 AD, the Praetorian Guard assassinated Roman Emperor Pertinax, who was a conservative senator and highly respected amongst the Roman people. And they then auctioned off the throne to Didius Julianus. This would be highly unpopular. It was seen as corrupt and greedy. And so this would descend the Roman Empire into a civil war a few months later, which Septimius Severus would eventually win. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Chair Yalmanchili? Seeing none, SBA Committee, Chair Hamid.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all having a good evening. Our event, Give Some, Get Some, is happening tomorrow. So please come out to the Student Union Atrium between 10:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. with some donations. You can enter our amazing raffle. Shout out to Netta, she donated. Shout out to Lizzie Bet, she donated 2 big bags clothes, so be like them. We also had an emergency meeting today to save you guys from an hour-long SBA caucus, and we saw resolutions 5529, 5532, 5533, 5534, 5535, and 5537, along with proclamation 5528, all of which passed in committee. On Tuesday this week, SBA saw all of our Eternal Nights proclamations. They all passed in committee. Chantel Carter, who is in charge of Eternal Nights, also Brody's boss, so like our boss, also visited our committee this week to give us some feedback on the proclamations, along with some nice info on the rest of our initiatives. So thank you to her. She also gave me some information to share with you about what Eternal Nights is for some of you guys who don't know. The annual Eternal Nights program is a memorial service that provides an opportunity for families and friends to join the campus community in a solemn tribute to their loved ones. During the eulogy, each student is recognized and given the title Eternal Night. This event, while somber, is incredibly meaningful and is a powerful indicator of what makes UCF special. SG contributes to the impact of this program by providing a proclamation for each student being honored as an Eternal Night. This goes a long way in acknowledging the lives of these students, members of our UCF student body. As a show of respect to the 10 UCF students who passed away during the recent academic terms, UCF President Dr. Alexander Cartwright has ordered that the flag of the University of Central Florida be flown at half staff on Tuesday, April 9, 2024. The entire UCF community is encouraged to join us virtually or in person on Tuesday, April 9th at 3 p.m. in the Student Union Pegasus Ballroom for this important tradition. The community also has the opportunity to help commemorate the lives of those we have lost by participating in a 10-second campus-wide moment of silence on Tuesday, April 9th at 3 p.m. This marks 1 second for each Eternal Night. If your schedules permit, we hope you can attend this event. Chantel Carter. I also want to acknowledge that the Eternal Night proclamations are a heavy subject. Please know that your feelings around the topic are completely valid. If you need to step out for a moment, please do. Your mental health matters. Also, CAPS is a great resource to go to when in need. Thank you to Chair Samillo for those resources that she provided in her announcements. Please use them and make sure that you take care of yourself first.
Are there any questions for Chair Hamid? Vice Chair Kringle.
I also just brought like 2 bags of clothes so someone could unlock the SG office. That would be sick.
Any other questions? Seeing none, confirmations none, internal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading none, notice of legislation on third reading. Is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, and 5-minute debate? All right, Internal Bill 5519 updates the Title 8, the ANSF Budget Committee, introduced by Pro Tempore DeMarla. Pro Tempore, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, so I thought the ANSF chairman would be here, but we saw this last week, correct? So it'll be just the same thing, whatever was mentioned on the floor.
Yeah.
I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Temple?
Seeing no hands, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Lazo?
May I retain?
You may.
We saw this last week, and I do think it establishes just a lot more clear, concise terms for that. Vote for it, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5519. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count 31 to 0, Internal Bill 5519 passes. Internal Bill 5520 updates to Title VI, introduced by Chair Yalman-Chile. Chair Yalman-Chile, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
All right. So this bill was something that I saw in Title VI and I wanted to fix. So essentially, the way it currently works now is that if you're a candidate running for the Senate or the president in the elections, you need to only use what is the name provided to the university. This, I recognize, can be problematic for some students, such as those who have changed their names but have not done so with the university, those who have nicknames, those who go by different names from what is their legal name. So for that reason, I wanted to add in an exception where if given the approval of the student government coordinator or the supervisor of elections, they would be able to run on a name different from what is provided to the university. Now, the reason I put this caveat is that I believe it's a reasonable middle ground between, requiring that people only run with their legal name and letting them run with whatever name they want. And that might lead to unintended consequences, such as people trolling on the ballot. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just a thing that makes it easier for students when running for office. And yeah, thank you.
Are there any questions for Chair Yalman-Chile? Seeing none, Hurst.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Hamid?
May I retain?
You may.
I think this is a really great bill. I think this will help a lot of students who don't use their birth names, transgender students especially. This is actually a problem that I faced when I was running for Senate my first time, like a year ago. I know it kind of stressed me out and kind of almost deterred me from not running entirely just because of my name. So I think this is a really great bill. I think it should be passed. I think it's going to help out a lot of students and future senators. So I urge you all to vote in favor, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5520. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count 33 to 0, Internal Bill 5520 passes on third reading. Internal Bill 5521 updates to Title.
Wait.
What happened?
Last meeting, we motioned to see all 6 as a block, just for time reasons. Can we do that again?
Yes.
All Title 6.
All Title 6. Go ahead and make that. Do you want me to make the motion?
Here, a motion to see Internal Bill 5521, 23. Wait, no, 21. Am I wrong?
It's 23.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm done. My bad. All y'all's things are blocking. I can't read.
It's 21, 23, 24, and 28, and 29.
27. So
Oh, my
23, 24, 28, and 29.
All right. There's been a motion to see Internal Bill 55, 23, 24, 28, and 29 as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Chair DeCara, do you want to take hold of these, or Chair or Vice Chair Hurst?
Give me 1 second.
Vice Chair Hurst. Or you can yield at some point.
Yeah, do the first one.
All right. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Hi. So for 5523, it's just adding to the assistant supervisor of elections duties, the same thing that's in the supervisor of elections requirements, as well as just regular election commissioners requirements, just making consistent across all 3 of those parts of statutes. And then, where was it? Hold on. I had it pulled up. 5524 is on Chapter 613 of Title VI. It's just making sure that we are aware that the Senate meeting that starts for the next session is the immediate week after our last session. So it'd be like April 4th is our last one, the following week, the first one of the next session. And then just clarifying that the new session begins right after the completion of the previous one. So all that stuff. And I yield to Share to Care for the last two.
5528 is a collection of a few things. The first one is just it was like a formatting thing regarding like the main campus, the main campus election commission office, and like all regional campuses as such. Additionally, with the amount of election commissioners we have, this is from Supervisor Myers, basically changing it from 5 in racial sessions to at least 10. So it's just updating throughout there, and then changing instead of candidate forum, it's called candidate exposition. And then I think it was one of them is just like a grammar thing. It's a strike through for petitions. We as senators don't do petitions anymore. 604.6H was just regarding consistency between the violation and election procedures regarding where I think it's like voting stations with areas of alcohol. 606.3A was something from a while back that Supervisor Myers wanted to work on. It's just a violation regarding campaign materials. And then 606.4A is about coercion, but instead of coercion just solely based on voting, it's coercing in other ways, inducing another student in any way with relation to election campaigning or voting. So basically it covers everything in total. And then 5529 is just strike throughs for collecting application packets because we don't get them in person, we get them online, and then also strike through for signatures because we don't do signatures. I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
Are there any questions for Chair DeCara or Vice Chair Hurst? Samilo?
Move to vote. Can I skip debate? No. Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Samilo?
May I retain?
You may.
Slay. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the block of internal bills, that being internal bill 55, 23, 24, 28, and 29. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 33-0 to 1, the block of amendments passes on third reading. We are now on, I think, still 21. Internal Bill 5521 updates to Title 7, introduced by Vice Chair Hurst. Vice Chair Hurst, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Hi, bless you. Sorry. Okay, so for Title VII, this is, I think we talked about this at length a little bit last meeting, but it's just making sure that for anytime there is a impeachment affidavit that is filed, anyone that is mentioned in it has the same rights as someone that is like given the affidavit if they serve on the LGR committee, so they are not possibly removed from the committee entirely and cannot complete their duties. So it's just clarifying and like making sure everything is consistent across all of statutes and that particular statute. With that, I yield to questioning.
There's been, we're now in questioning. Are there any questions? Temple?
Seeing no answer questions, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Temple?
Mayor Artin.
You may.
Looks good. Yeah, let's move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5521. Are there any objections? Seeing none, you may now vote. With a vote count 34-0 to 0, Internal Bill 5521 passes on third reading. We are now on Internal Bill 5525, updates to all titles, introduced by Chair DeCara. Chair DeCara, you have 5 minutes when you're ready. 22? Oh, my bad. Internal Bill 5522, updates to Title 3, introduced by Vice Chair Hurst. Vice Chair Hurst, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
I only knew because I had it pulled up for myself. So for Title 3 changes, it's just like some clarifying stuff, like supermajority to 2/3 majority, just so it's clear across all statutes. And then because it's mentioned in our Senate rules, but not in like the statutes, just maximum of 2 Senate committees instead of not having a maximum written down. It just clarifies for everybody. With that, I yield to questioning. If
We're
there's
now
any.
we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to move to debate? We're now in debate. Kringle,
Mayor Artin.
you may.
Looks great. We vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5522. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count 34 to 0, it passes. Internal Bill 55. I was about to call you out, Aaron. Your cursor was covering it. Internal Bill 5525 updates to all titles introduced by Chair DeCara. Chair DeCara, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
This is basically changing the term school day to now academic day. It was just something that we noticed in when we were going through constantly changing multiple bills throughout the session. That basically was just going from school to academic. So instead of doing working on the weekend or working on your birthday or working on basically when we shouldn't, it just followed the when we're actually in school. So basically, anytime it says school day throughout all statutes, it'll be changed to academic day. So we'll be following this UCF's calendar, which is basically the business office and such. I think it's just in which classes are being held, excluding the final examination period, and that's just removing school day from statutes. I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
Are there any questions for Chair DeCara? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to debate? We're now in debate. Hurst?
May I retain?
You may.
Looks good. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5525. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count 33 to 0, Internal Bill 5525 passes on third reading. Internal Bill 5526 updates to all titles introduced by Vice Chair Hurst. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
First, want to say I apologize to AG Moore. We're going to make it a lot harder for you to do your job for the next couple of days. I'm sorry in advance. As we keep going, for this one, it is again for all titles, just changing anything that says Senate Advisor, Senate Graduate Assistant, or Senate Student Assistant to Senate Government Advisor or Designee. That way, in case there is any change in the office, we can just keep the same wording and have to keep changing it over and over again to accommodate for different positions. With that, I yield to questioning.
We're now lined for questioning. Are there any questions? Is it Temple?
Seeing no hands, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Temple?
May I retain?
You may.
Love to continue the ping pong, but bill looks good. Love the technicals being changed up. Sorry, AG Moore in advance for all the work that you need to be put yourself into. I blame her though. In any case, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5526. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With the vote count 34 to 0, it passes on third reading. Last Internal Bill 5527 updates to Title III, introduced by Vice Chair Hurst. Vice Chair, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
That was mine? Oh.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I forgot I wrote that one.
It's okay.
Okay. Right. So this is for ENA specifically because we've had some issues with making sure we reach out to presidential appointments in a timely fashion. It's just making it in statute so that you have a maximum of 5 academic days. So from the Thursday that they are appointed to the next Thursday to reach out to them, just so that, we're not letting people sit for weeks and weeks at a time without getting seen by the committee. Questioning, sure.
Okay. Are there any questions? Temple?
Seeing no hands, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Samilla?
May I retain?
You may.
Looks good. We all voted for it last week. With that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5527. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count 33 to 0, it passes on third reading. Resolutions. Resolution 5527, resolution advocating for the University of Central Florida to stand in support of the Central Florida Pledge for Inclusivity and Safety, introduced by Chair Patel. Chair Patel, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
So this was seen last meeting, and since then nothing's changed. Again, it just stands in support of the Central Florida Pledge. It can go a long way in promoting safety and reducing hate on campus. So please vote in favor.
Do you yield? We are now in line for questioning. Samilo?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any senators wishing? Wait, there's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Samilo?
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, so we did see this last week. I believe that we all spoke very highly of it and believe that this is something that we should pass. It pretty much just gets out what we tried to get out before, and I believe that it's a good way to kind of spread that message as well. With that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5527. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 31 to 0, it passes on third reading. This resolution, I almost said fiscal bill, absolutely not. Resolution 5527, resolution to create an ad hoc caucus for the Arab community. I didn't butcher it this time. It's very simple, but I struggle and I'm sorry. 5 minutes when you're ready, D-Leg Morset.
Yeah, so Senator Al-Qaeda is not here to say anything, but the resolution still stands. No additions have been made. She's been coming with ideas on how to collaborate with different organizations on campus as well as RSOs. So I know the events for her is in the works. If this were to pass on third reading, with that, I yield to questioning.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any? Oh, Samila?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Temple?
Very quick debate. I'll still be voting in favor of this. There was an article recently published on NSM about this.
Ooh.
I encourage you all to read it. It is a fantastic piece of journalism, and it really chronicles, that's the term, Halima's journey to making this a reality, and I'm really proud of her for doing it. Again, voting in favor. Hope you all do as well.
All right. Samila?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on fiscal bill, my goodness, 5520, resolution 5528. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 31 to 0, it passes. Resolution 5530, resolution urging the University of Central Florida to pledge to break free from plastic, introduced by Vice Chair Traynor. Vice Chair Traynor, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hello, Senate. I hope you all are doing well tonight. Today, we're going to be seeing this resolution as well as the next one from me. So just for the people in the live stream, this is a resolution urging the University of Central Florida to pledge to break free from plastic. This was taken directly from the Post Landfill Action Network's guide for colleges in getting rid of plastic on campus. So for the sake of the people on the live stream, I'll just read out the steps of what this task force will do. Before I go into that, though, I just want to mention that nothing in the resolution has changed. Everything stands as it did when it was passed on second reading. So the first step is to set goals for the remaining steps of this pledge. The second will be to advocate for the immediate elimination of all non-essential, non-compostable, single-use disposable plastics with readily available alternatives in the case that there can't be alternatives. The third step will be to advocate for the establishment of a procurement and or purchasing policy. This will allow the task force to eventually completely phase out plastic on campus. And the fourth and final step will be to ensure that there are systems in place to collect and manage non-disposable products. Other than that, nothing has changed. I have created a transition binder for the Sustainability Caucus, which we will talk about in the next resolution. But I wanted to mention specifically that in that binder, I do have a timeline for how this should be done. and I just wanted to read it all out to you. So my goals for this task force are by the end of September 2024, the Sustainability Caucus will compile a list of willing and available people who can help lead this task force. From my personal perspective, I think there should be about 10 people on the task force, composing of student government agents, students at large, faculty, and administrators. And by the end of October 2024, the task force should meet at least one time. This preliminary meeting will be to introduce each member of the task force, establish guidelines for the responsibilities of it, the goals, and establishing strict deadlines for when the rest of the steps will be completed. So obviously the rest of the deadlines are to be decided, but hopefully we'll be seeing that in the 55th session, or excuse me, the 56th session. So yeah, with that, I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions for Vice Chair Trainer? Temple?
Seeing no hands, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Samilo?
May I retain?
You may.
Again, I think this is an amazing initiative, and I really hope that it is pushed through and seen in all the fruitions and all the good things. With that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5530. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 29 to 0 to 3, Resolution 5530 passes. Resolution 5531, resolution to create an ad hoc caucus for sustainability, introduced by Vice Chair Trainer. Vice Chair Trainer, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and hello again. Just like with the last resolution, nothing has changed. I do want to mention that I have created a transition binder. This includes everything I've talked about in the last resolution, as well as this one. It provides a time frame, some ideas that I'd like the caucus to do over the next year. I'll just read out a couple. Of course, first thing will be to elect a chair. I want them to help lead the creation of the task force, as well as I found a bunch of potential proclamations that could be made, including proclamations for National Clean Energy Week, National Energy Awareness Month, America Recycles Day, and those are all in the fall. In the spring, obviously Earth Day, Earth Week, National Arbor, and National Arbor Day. So those are all things that I want to see the caucus do next year, and that's outlined in the binder. Lastly, I've already mentioned this in LJR and SBA, but if you are here tomorrow at 2 p.m. in the student government office and want to meet with my intern coordinator, Lee Franklin, as well as 2 other people who will be helping me to plan these events, feel free to come on in. You can listen, or you can help to plan out these events. Again, we'll be having the cleanup day on April 6th and a demonstration on campus with almost confirmed speaker Escamani at the beginning of the March. It's going to be really great. I'm super excited for it, and I'd love to hear any input. With that, I yield to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? First?
Seeing none, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw? Sure. Samilo?
Last time we talked about this, I asked if you had any communication with the person in exec that has the sustainability seat. I just wanted to check up and see if there's been any communication, and if not, what your course of action is for the next chair for the ad hoc caucus.
Yeah, so I will be honest, I have not requested a meeting with them yet, so I do apologize, but that is on my agenda. It's been very busy for me, but I do want to mention that I did have some goals in the transition binder relating to that. One specific goal that I want to mention is I want the caucus in the next session to determine the role of the sustainability coordinator within the caucus. Some questions that I raise for that new chair will be, should the coordinator have special privileges, or should the coordinator be the chair? Of course, I do want to talk to the coordinator and President Greenaway at the same time to talk about what that'll look like for next year. I'm sorry I don't have an update on that, but I do plan to follow up on that.
Any other questions? Samilo?
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Hurst and Temple.
I like this. Thumbs up emoji.
Temple?
I was planning on being a little long-winded, but I don't want to, be leery-eyed. But nevertheless, I still support this, and I really hope to see this. I'm going to call it a working group because that's just what this really sounds like in my head. To be more engaged with not only just advocacy, but also legislative projects and initiatives as well, especially when it comes to local and state efforts. But I really see the potential in this. I'm pretty much repeating what I said last time, and I am extremely excited to see this all pan out. I will be voting in favor for this.
Go ahead.
If I may retain, then, since I see no further hands,
You may.
move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5531. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count 29-0-4, the resolution passes on third reading. Notice of legislation on second reading. Bills, Internal Bill 5530, updates to Title VI, introduced by Senator Lopez. Senator Lopez. Vice Chair Hurst, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Hi. So we just did this in caucus. Unfortunately, Senator Lopez got on here tonight. So all it is just clarifications for, again, Title VI. The Election Commission is not allowed to have a polling place in the hallway outside of Pegasus Ballroom. The union has rules that we're not allowed to be tabling inside the union for that particular reason, like for elections, so we have to take it out. And there's clarifications in Chapter 603.3, petition signatures, not just petitions, it's the whole signature stuff. And they're online, so they're not obtained from the Senate Graduate Assistant anymore. And then just changing school to academic day. So all just like clarification stuff. That questioning, I yield to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to move to debate? We're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Smillo?
Looks good. Just kind of seems like some technical things just to keep the statutes up to date. So with that, may I retain?
You may.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5530. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 30-0-1, Internal Bill 5530 passes on second reading. Internal Bill 5530 passes on second reading. Internal Bill 5531, updates to Title III, introduced by ELA Richmond. ELA Richmond, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Yeah, so this bill came from both the VHC and the Downtown Dean meeting. We were all talking and we all kind of came to a consensus during these meetings that it would be beneficial to have a senator that not only represented the college that they're in, but also this college that they're also in, because that way all students are represented. So this is just so we have a designated representative from each BHC and the downtown campus. So they'll act in their normal role as a senator, but then write legislation and attend the dean meeting. And really focus on talking to the constituents of that college as well as their, I guess, home college. I yield this my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Samilo?
In regards to the Burnett Honors College and UCF Downtown, are there any other campuses that you had reached out to or that may have the same initiative to be added?
Yeah, so questions came up about like Nona and then the satellite ones. But the satellite ones, we don't really have any contact with. And then Lake Nona, my thought process was that's not really as mixed as BHC and downtown are. So Lake Nona is all of either you're a med student or you're in the College of Nursing. So I didn't really think that that was needed. But if y'all do, y'all can, of course, make an amendment.
Any other questions? Is there a motion to move to debate? We're now there. Samilo? And then Hurst.
I guess I just kind of want to see if anybody thinks that we should add any other colleges to it. I'm fine with just these two, but I know that like as a Senate body of UCF, we want to recognize all the colleges that we have. And also it says may, so it's not like if there's not somebody that if somebody doesn't want to do it or something like that, or it can't be done, that it's like held against somebody in statutes. So I feel like maybe we should just put all the colleges, that way we're honoring everyone here at UCF and all the colleges that are here at UCF as well.
Hurst?
I understand that. I think it's a good step in the right direction. We should probably have better representation on more than just our main campus. We do have a kind of a presence on other campuses, but it's not as great as I'm aware of. I think this is better than having nothing or not having like anything in our statute saying we probably should have someone on these particular issues. So I think this is good. If you want to add more on a secondary basis, just see how this goes, see if actually there is engagement. If there's not, then no harm, no foul. So just as a good starting point, I think this is a good place to be.
Anyone else? Hurst?
May I retain?
You may.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5531. Bless you. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 31 to 0, it passes on second reading. Resolution 5529, resolution advocating for the establishment of web courses advertising opportunities within the College of Arts and Humanities, introduced by ELA Richmond. ELA Richmond, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Yeah, so this resolution is kind of like a lot of the ones we saw last semester with the College of Medicine, Creole, CHIPS. So read through it. SBA was very brutal with these, so hopefully there's no mistakes. I made a lot. I yield this my time.
Are there any questions for ELA Richmond? Smilla?
Kind of off topic to this, but could we also see all of these as a block like we did last time, or would you like to see them individually?
Oh, I'm down.
Oh, you
Is
want
it
to
too
see
late?
yours? Okay. I'll take a motion then. from
Motion.
Whoever. Okay, you want a motion? Go ahead.
Motion to see resolutions. Oh, give me a second. Resolution 5529, 5532, 5533, 5537 as a block.
There's been a motion to see resolutions 5529, 23, 29, 32, 33, and 37 as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Okay. ELA, you have 5 minutes.
So I just went over resolution 5529. Then 32 is really cool. So at the dean meeting, the Rosen dean kind of suggested that we almost write this. The space has already been allocated. She really just needs support. MSC also sponsored it, which is really cool because they work with downtown to have their reflection room. So they have great advice to offer. And then resolution 5533 was also a suggestion by the graduate studies dean. There's a lot of data in it, so you should look at it. And then 5537 was actually done by my mentee. So that's cool. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now in for questioning. Are there any questions for ELA Richmond? Hurst?
Can you speak more on the one that your mentee wrote?
Yeah, so at the Burnett Honor College meeting, oh wait, yeah, okay, yeah, sorry, never mind. Yeah, so at the Burnett Honors College dean meeting, the senior associate dean brought up the fact that it seemed that there was a almost lack of funding and that the pre-health, pre-law advising had been moved under, I think, AAP. So it seemed to be a concern of a lot of our constituents, both pre-law and pre-health, as a lot of students are. So this is just really advocating for like the continuation of this service because it means so much to students.
Any other questions? All right, is there a motion to debate? Oh, sorry, my bad, Hers. Oh, okay. Is there a motion to debate? All right, we are now in debate. Hers, and then Hamid.
Motion to see my amendment on resolution 5533 is a technical. It's extra spaces.
I'll see it.
Therefore, be it resolved is just in there.
If it's extra spaces, I'll just see it.
Yeah.
I just want to look it up.
Can I speak on the block?
Huh? You want to speak on the block? Yeah.
These look good. I think it's good for us to advocate for our students in a way that people will hopefully listen and not just look at us and go, cool, thanks for telling us about stuff. Because I know that some of the D meetings go that way. So I think this is good for us to continue that. Are there more technicals? Looks like there's more technicals. I don't know, but I'm done.
All right. Any other debate? Tamilo?
Oh, I'm gonna yield to Hamid.
To who? Hamid.
You
My
said I
bad,
could go
Hamid.
before, and then I'll yield
Sorry.
back to you, Kylie, because you deserve it. Anyway, formal apology to Eli Richmond because I was kind of mean. But SBA did really look into these. We make sure that they were good for you guys. I after reading through all of them, I think they're all really good initiatives that I hope the colleges take up and continue with. And I think they're really going to help out a lot of students. So I hope that you guys vote in favor for the block of amendments. Oh no, the block of resolutions.
Anyone else? Tamila?
Motion to move to voting.
There's been a motion to move to vote on the block of resolutions. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 30 to 0 to 1, the block of resolutions pass. We are now at the Proclamation 55. Nope. We are the bike rack resolution, right? Resolution 5534. I am a multitasking queen, so I apologize, y'all. Resolution advocating for bike rack improvements, introduced by Chair Hamid. Chair Hamid, you have 5 minutes.
Hi. Okay. So for context, I did not write this. I am introducing it on behalf of my SLC mentee, Jordan. He's back there. I'm going to yield to him in a second. But for context, the SLCers were tasked with writing resolutions based on things that they really cared about. And Jordan chose to advocate for bike rack improvements, which he'll talk about in a second. I think that it's a really well-written resolution coming from someone who's never written a resolution. I would not be introducing it if I did not think that it was at that point, but I really do think that this is a Senate level resolution that should be seen and should be passed. So I will now be yielding over to Jordan.
Samila?
Motion to let a non-senator speak.
There's been a motion to let a non-Senate member speak, that being Jordan. Is there a motion for that? All
So
right.
moved.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes when you're ready, Senator-elect.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jordan Metellus, and today I'm here to present to you a major problem that we have on this campus. That problem is the negligence towards the maintenance and placement of bike racks across campus. Many students across this campus use various forms of micromobility, with bicycles being a popular choice. I myself am one of these students who uses a bike to get around campus, and I've noticed firsthand how many of our bike racks are in dire need of repair, such as the bike rack north of the Mathematical Sciences building or the bike rack just outside of Classroom Building 1. These bike racks are missing many of the bars that are used to secure bikes, and many of the current bars are rusty and or broken. In addition to that, there are many places around campus that do not have bike racks at all. The Teaching Academy and Business Administration 1 are just a couple of the buildings that do not offer bike racks at all for students, forcing them to either lock their bikes on nearby objects such as poles or railings and causing obstructions and safety hazards for other individuals, or lock their bikes at a bike rack for another building and walking the rest of the route until they meet their final destination, which takes away from the convenience of using a bike for transportation in the first place. So to build a case to support this issue, I first met with Safety and Transportation Coordinator Cabrera to discuss this problem. And during our meeting, we talked about how I can gather up evidence and demonstrate a need for improvements that will benefit bike users at UCF. Cabrera suggested speaking to Parking and Transportation Services, as well as UCF PD and UCF Bike and Gold, which is the UCF bike shop. After a few phone calls with UCF PD and Parking Services, they informed me that they do not have any data on bikes. So I went to the bike shop and asked them if they had any bike data and they enlightened me on how many students come in for bike service, rentals, and consultations. The numbers I gathered showcase that a large number of students use bikes at UCF and would benefit from these bike rack improvements. Should this resolution be passed, I'll contact and schedule a meeting with those in the Be It Further Resolved section of this legislation and work with them on improving the state of our bike racks on campus. With that being said, I would appreciate your support in this endeavor so that students are able to safely and securely park their bikes at various destinations across campus. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
We are now in line for questions. Are there any questions? Hers?
This looks great, by the way. When you were writing this, were you made aware that there have been instances that I've been made aware of by a number of students that their bikes have been stolen out from these bike racks? Are you aware of this?
Yes, and that is another big issue that can also resolve from the lack of maintenance towards bike racks, because the bars, especially since they're so rusty, can fall off at any moment, allowing the locks to not have a purpose anymore, and somebody could take the bike.
Any other questions? Brown.
Did Coordinator Cabrera bring this up at the Master Transportation Planning meeting or anything like that?
I'm not aware of that. We've only discussed this and who I should contact to gather data and support for this, but she didn't mention bringing this up at any sort of meeting.
Any other questions? Ask questions, please. They don't want to put you on the hot seat today. First, Kringle.
I understand that you are like first person affected by this as well, because you do use a bike to walk around campus. Are there other reasons that you focus on this as your project for being part of SLC?
That was one of the reasons, but it was also the fact that I have a lot of other friends that use bikes and have brought up this issue to me. And I not only wanted to do this because it's something that affects me, but it's something that affects a lot of people I know and just a lot of people in general.
You may.
Did you get data from the bike shop on how much money and on parts they usually spend, and how much it might be able to save the university in money if we are able to fix the bike racks? Is there a cost-effective way that we can save money on the other end of it, so that we're not like buying a bunch of like bike parts to try and fix things as they get stolen?
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, I didn't bring that up with the bike shop, but that is something that I would bring up to them after this, and something that I would bring up with the people in the Be It Further Resolve section, so that that isn't an issue, or if it is an issue, we can work around it.
I'll go Karingle, Hamid, and Temple, and I'll come back over here.
I withdraw.
Huh?
I'll
You
draw a
withdraw?
question, yeah.
Okay, I'll do Hamid, Temple, then Samilo.
Quick point of clarification. The bike shop, I ride a bike, and so I've gotten it fixed there. They don't have bike parts. They tell you go fix your own bike, and then they fix it for free. So you like go on Amazon, get like a bike tire, and then you bring it to them. They fix it for free. Then you can just take it on your merry way. So there is no like money that they spend on bike parts.
Follow-up question regarding that?
So they don't charge for labor for you having to like bring the parts and they fix it for you. It's all free.
It's all free.
I need a bike.
Temple?
This is just more so out of my curiosity, but also this may prove a bit of a important question moving forward. But first and foremost, wonderful resolution, Jordan. Fantastic. How much would it cost to improve, like to fix up a bike rack, let alone buy one?
Yes, so that's something that I want to discuss with the people in the Be It Further Resolve section, those that are in charge of planning at UCF, because that's not a number that I know specifically off the top of my head, but I would like to work with them to see the cost and see if it's something that we can mitigate and something that we can work around, so we can assure that this happens.
Follow up.
You may.
So should you receive any pushback from anybody in this Be It Further Resolved list, and considering the cost, like considering possible costs, no matter what, it's going to be difficult to try and get this through because everything costs money, unfortunately. How do you intend on, what's the term for it? How do you intend on, I guess, for like better terms, apply pressure to them? Like, how can you convince them? Like, I just kind of want to hear your long-term strategy on this.
Yes, so I think definitely surveys is another thing I can add to this to show that there is a need, not just the data that I've already gathered, but hearing people's like written responses and personal experience at the at the bike racks across campus would be able to show that that the problem is bigger than what they might perceive it as. I have a friend that personally got their bike stolen at UCF, and they actually like had to get another bike, and they got their old bike back because it was found, and like stuff like that ends up being very stressful for a lot of UCF students. And improving these bike racks would be able to prevent that and help bike users across campus be able to use their bikes worry-free.
Separate question, but I'll yield to Samila then.
Are you sure? You can ask your question.
I'll yield to Samila.
Samila?
Hi, I had to make sure it was on. So in your resolution, there's a part where you stated about numerous buildings such as TA, BA1, and BA2 not having bike racks available to them. With that, how can the how should the bike racks be placed for optimal need of campus users? Because I believe where they're already placed is like the most convenient spots in the most highly populated areas on campus. So with them being at these buildings, do you believe that they'll still be used? And if so, why?
Yes. For example, with the business administration building, like both BA1 and BA2 are like the major buildings for the College of Business, and they don't have any bike racks at all, while other colleges such as the College of Engineering and other buildings such as like Classroom Building 2, like they have bike racks, but like there should be bike racks for like all the buildings and colleges across campus, because there's students that go there, like there's students that use those buildings, and it doesn't make sense to only have them at some buildings when bike users go to many different buildings across campus. And as for placement, a lot of the buildings that do have bike racks currently have them right outside the major entrances, but the TA, for example, doesn't have any bike racks anywhere, and you'd have to park next to the education building and walk all the way to the TA building.
Follow up? You may.
In regards to where they're located now and where they might be located if this goes through, is there, because I know that like, at least for BA1, I think that's BA1, there's, it's more like centralized. So obviously there's bike racks kind of like everywhere around it, but not in front of it. So is your main initiative to get them in front of every single building, or is it just to have more optimal bike racks around the buildings?
A bit of both depending on the building, but specifically for BA1, in front of BA1, I see bike racks locked to benches and poles like everywhere around the front of that building. So that just in itself shows that there should be a bike rack in front of the building that people would use it.
Is there extension of questioning by like 2 minutes? Almost said Amanda. Vice Chair.
That is my name. I see you have on your be it further resolved that you are also asking this be sent to the UCF Police Department. I think I know why. Did you get any data from them on how many like bike theft reports they get in like a semester or like a month maybe?
Yeah, unfortunately, when I asked, they said that they didn't have any data on bikes, and they forwarded me to Parking and Transportation Services, which also said they didn't have any data on bikes.
Well, Vasquez, I think you had your hand up. Do you still want to ask a question? No? Samila?
I have a question, but okay. So sorry. I forgot it now. So most of our resolutions, at least this year, we've tried really hard to kind of put like a backbone to it kind of thing. So in regards to events or things that you can kind of correlate with this, would you be open to having an event, maybe handing out like free bike locks or something like that, so that people have the opportunity to at least have a little bit more safety and like security for their bikes, and maybe have like a little event and get people to kind of like rally together so that everybody's voices are heard, so that I understand that this is like an issue?
Yes, of course. I would especially love to work with the Safety and Transportation Coordinator on this and promote cross-branch collaboration on this. And I even got the idea while discussing this resolution with SBA to even have a map that shows all the bike racks across campus, so that students would be able to easily find them, and especially incoming freshmen would be able to find them, because I know when I first got here, I wasn't sure where I should park my bike because some of the locations aren't as obvious and pronounced, especially when they're not in front of the building that you're trying to get into. So I feel like that would help a lot of students at UCF.
I'll do Hurston and come back to you, Samela.
Just thought of this. Are you looking to just like replace the bike racks that are in existence that are already damaged and then like add more in different places? Or are you also like looking to add more in places that already have bike racks? Because there are some places that kind of, they get crowded with a lot of bikes because they get a lot of traffic, like outside of the RWC.
Mm-hmm. So with that, I considered that when writing this resolution, but that's something I actually want to bring up to them and see if we can gauge how we know if a bike rack is large enough for an area, because I know that they get packed during peak times, but during the off-peak times, and they're not as packed. So that's something that I would love to discuss with them and see how we can mitigate that situation as well.
Any other questions? Oh yeah, Samila.
It's a two-parter.
You may.
Okay, so as a freshman, do you believe that you use the UCF app?
Yes.
Okay, as a individual who uses the UCF app, there are multiple icons on the app. Do you believe that the map, kind of how like the shuttles have a map, that we should try to implement one for bike racks and it would be used?
Yes, I believe that is a great idea, especially since a lot of students do use the UCF app, especially for those shuttle maps. I think having a bike rack map on the app would be great as well, especially because it's digital and people already have the UCF app on their phones. It would be easily accessible and a lot of people get good use out of it.
Samila, follow up.
I was gonna move to retain.
You may.
All right. With that, we've grilled you enough, so move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Temple, go ahead.
Yeah, every time I do that, I feel like I'm gonna like tear my own arm out of my shoulder socket. Well, worth it. But yes, I don't think I need to say anymore. I am voting for this resolution because, for somebody to come in here who has never been in Senate before and write this, it is fantastic. No wonder SLC had such a hard time choosing first place. But beyond that, I am extremely excited to see this initiative be pushed forward, and I love to see the long-term strategy that you're beginning to coalesce. I will say, like, if you ever need points to affirm that this is a necessity, not just a want, I would recommend you look up UCF sustainability goals, because biking is a key pillar to the transportation elements of that framework. And it's like, I'm going to go off on a little bit of a tangent here, but needless to say, the more bike racks there are, or at least the more secure ones that there are, the more security that the score is going to be for a bike, which means that students are going to be more incentivized to not only bring their own bikes, but potentially invest in one as well. So that helps the local economy as well. Well, hey. But as a result, UCF also wants to bring down their carbon emissions. You can definitely bring that up to planning, as well as all the dons that are in charge of that regional planning. But that's just an idea. I kind of want to stick in here before I'm told to shut up. So I'm going to shut up right now and vote for this resolution.
Brown, and then I'll go Polera and Pullman.
Really great job on this resolution. I think it's really great and a really great step toward working toward a more pedestrian and bike-friendly campus and a more eco-friendly campus, like Temple said. I especially like the whereas clause about the business administration buildings, because there are no bike racks nearby, really. So yeah, great job, and I'll of course be voting in favor.
Polera.
Hi, I think this is a great resolution. I think you've done a great job answering everyone's questions. You've clearly put a lot of research into this, a lot of effort into reaching out to different departments. I'm really impressed, and I encourage everyone to vote up.
Pullman.
So when I gave this project assignment to the SLCers, I kind of gave them like a list of things and things that they need to hit in the resolution to make it good. And needless to say, everything was hit plus more. Another thing that I love about this resolution is that I told them to like do something that's important to you specifically, that you see as an issue on campus and what you would want to bring to the table. And this is exactly that. Something even as like little as bike racks that most of us probably don't understand. It's like a pretty decent amount of students on campus who it affects. And so that's another thing I love about this. It is everything I asked for when I gave them this assignment, and I'll be voting upwards.
with 4 in affirmation, are there any in negation? Were you his mentor? Okay, I'll let you speak.
This isn't really debate. I kind of just want to say how proud I am of Jordan. Like when I first met him, like he was just he had so much whimsy, and he still does. Like I'm so proud of the work he's put into this. Like bro's been working hard, and just like seeing like him standing up there, like I feel like a proud dad. Like I feel like a father. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm so proud of like the work that he's done. I'm so excited to see what he's gonna do as a senator in like 2 weeks. So I just want to say that I'm so proud of you, and I think you're going to do so amazing as a senator because you're already doing so amazing when you're not even a senator yet. And what can I retain?
You may.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on which resolution this is. What is it? 34. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 31 to 0, your resolution passes unanimously. You may.
I just want to say we were all very timid about trying to grill him because we felt kind of bad. Like I know that he worked really hard on this. We all kind of wanted to like support him and stuff. And you helped us to grill him. We grilled him. You told us to do it. We did it. So don't.
Wait, I told you to do it?
You told us to.
Oh yeah.
You said you guys were too timid to do it. So we all started doing it. So it's kind of your fault.
Listen, this is preparing them for the real world, aka real Senate. Okay. Sometimes it gets hot in here. It's legit hot in here. Someone open the windows. Oh gosh. Okay, Samilo.
Jordan, what's 4 + 4?
You keep that same energy for the next resolutions. We have resolution 5535, resolution advocating for pedestrian safety near Celeste Hotel. Vice Chair Trainer, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and hello, everybody, for the 3rd time. I'm really happy to talk about this one because it's kind of a culmination of why I joined Senate in the first place. Now, I know most of you weren't here for the 54th session, but for those who were and saw my speech when I first came in, I was advocating for pedestrian safety and advocating for bike lanes on UCF campus. In the meantime, between now and then, I had an internship with Rep. Carlos G. Smith where I pressured Orange County to work on the UCF pedestrian safety project. And now I'm here today to ask for your support to pressure UCF to building a raised crosswalk between the Celeste Hotel and Parking Garage A. So what is this resolution? Like I said, creating a crosswalk and proper pedestrian safety mechanisms to protect people who are walking or biking or skating from apartment complexes like Plaza to on campus. And why? So obviously, like I just said, I am a skater, I'm a pedestrian, and I'm somebody who has to worry about getting hit by a car every time I want to come on campus. If you're familiar with the area by the Celeste Hotel, you'll know that there is 1, no crosswalk, 2, no lighting, like not even a street pole. There's probably one like 40 feet away. 3, a lot of blind spots for cars. And 4, there are no cameras. And I know that this is something that needs to be implemented because there is demand, and you can physically see it. If you walk over there, you'll see that the median where the 2 roads are, the grass, and there's grass kicked up, a lot of mud, a lot of dirt. You can see that people are using it every single day. So now that I've talked about that a little bit, what have I done before this resolution? I want to note that I actually wasn't sure if I was going to propose this because I wanted to see if it could get done without it, but I want to make sure that it does get passed. I want to note that this semester I requested to meet with the safety and transportation coordinator, and I was told to wait until after the master campus plan meeting. It took about a month before I got message back, and I was told that at the master plan meeting that they discussed these concerns, but there was no plan to implement this, and that's why I'm proposing this resolution today. I also want to note that I tried to meet with UCF facilities, who actually they weren't able to solidify a meeting with me because they referred me to the master plan meeting, so couldn't do anything there. I did meet with RSOs like Night Runners, who helped identify this issue, as well as other crosswalk and lighting issues on campus. Just two more things. What does this resolution do? It is pretty much to apply pressure to UCF planning and everyone who's responsible for the UCF master campus plan to create a solution for this ASAP. And the reason why is because we have seen unfortunately, we've seen students die on campus because of cars hitting them. And really, this is another spot on campus where a disaster is waiting to happen. So UCF Senate, we need to protect the lives of students on campus. We need to provide accessibility for people who need the sidewalk. And yeah, I'm hoping that you all vote in favor. I yield to questioning.
All right, we are now in line for questioning. Vice Chair Hurst.
Just for clarification, you said that you tried to get a meeting with somebody and they referred you to a different meeting, and then that meeting, they told you they weren't going to do anything about it.
Yes, so I had sent an email out to UCF facilities, the department. I asked to speak with somebody from the department to talk about these initiatives, and they referred me to speaking about it at the master campus plan meeting, but I unfortunately was not able to go. So that's when I took those ideas for this resolution and I brought them to the coordinator. The coordinator brought them up at the meeting. They said, well, they basically heard it, but they did not provide a plan for how to address this issue. Just kind of kicked it down the road. If you're familiar with the UCF campus master plan, you'll know that it takes years to get things implemented. So that's why I want this resolution now before an accident happens.
Any other questions? Temple?
Good evening. So I read through the resolution and it brought up the traffic safety study conducted by Orange County, and knowing me, I dove into it a little bit, and apparently there's a public involvement element to this. So my question to you is: have you considered potentially scheduling a meeting with Orange County and the design consultant that it has contracted with?
I haven't specifically asked them to set up a meeting about this crosswalk because it is on UCF's campus. However, I have spoken, or at least tried to, multiple times with Senior Engineer Kathy Evangela with Orange County Public Works. I asked multiple times while I was working with Representative Carlos Smith to meet and talk about this project because it was getting delayed. Fortunately, we're actually seeing progress being done on it now, but I really wanted to get that done in 2022. So yes, I have tried to speak to them. I didn't get word back on that, but I would love to speak to them about this crosswalk if they are able to help out. That'd be awesome.
Any other questions? Is there a motion to move to, Kringle?
Move debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Are any senators wishing to speak in debate? I'll go Brown, Kringle, then Richmond.
Really excellent job with this, Vice Chair Trainer. It's a really thorough resolution and much needed. I especially like the idea of having a raised crosswalk. It's very Dutch-esque, and I think that's great for creating a more walkable, bikeable campus. So excellent job, and I really appreciate your consistency with really trying to, talk to people and get this pushed through. So yeah, amazing. I will vote in favor.
Any, who else did I say? Kringle?
Yeah, this is a really amazing resolution. The terminology in here is fantastic and just how in depth it goes. And you can really see how motivated he is to get this done. And I kid you not, I just kind of wanted to like the dead grass path on the median at the intersection. And there's literally somebody jaywalking at that exact intersection on Google Maps. I kid you, it's hilarious. But either way, I strongly urge everyone to vote in favor of this. I think pedestrian safety is super critical in UCF because how many students we have and how important it is that we keep students safe. So definitely voting in favor.
All right, Richmond.
So this is gonna be personal, but I've been hit by a car. My mom's been hit by a car. My dad's been hit by a car. It's like a family tradition. So I think this is great. I was recently hit by a skateboard and I fractured my ankle. So I'm all about safety. So vote in favor for me.
Pinto.
Well, I don't think I can beat that, but I will say what I said in SBA, that it's already hard enough to miss pedestrians in the daylight. And so I can't imagine because it is so much worse at night just driving around campus. I'm always constantly trying to look for people, but it is so difficult. So I'm overwhelmingly in favor of this.
I was gonna close it out at 4, but I'm feeling nice in this moment. Yamicheli.
So yeah, I think this is pretty common sense. It's a great bill. And as our ELA Richmond would say, we love infrastructure. We really do love infrastructure. So I'm going to be voting in favor. And I encourage you to do the same because better infrastructure.
Temple and then hers, and then I'll take a motion.
Yeah, this is going to be a little more serious as well because I do drive that route between Celeste and Parking Garage. That was English. And it's very scary on the driver's side to not hit somebody because there's almost always somebody there, at least 1 or 2 people, perhaps even 3, which doesn't make it any better. And it actually makes it a bigger target, unfortunately. Yes, I know the terminology was bad. You don't need to leer at me, Hurst. Your eyes said it all. But anyway, I will be voting for this resolution as well because it is genuinely terrifying and to see them just jaywalk there when there are buses coming through as well, not just to mention cars coming off the main road up Alafaya.
Hurst.
Super in favor of this. I just want to say that I feel bad that they didn't want to at least talk to you about it. And I will say for our record and for our live streams record, when we ask for these meetings, it's not because we're just trying to sit there and whine about stuff. We are actually trying to do things that are going to be better for the student body. So not taking our D meetings seriously, not asking or actually taking our meetings seriously when we ask for those things, it's kind of not great on their part. I'd appreciate if in the future, not only are we given that ability to at least converse with them on things and not just brushed aside as if what we're trying to do doesn't matter. So approval of this, just wanted to say that as well. And I'll motion to vote on the bill.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5535. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 31 to 0, congratulations. We will be having our banquet at the Celeste Hotel, so make sure you look both ways. Resolution 5536, I had to. Resolution for creation of the Ad Hoc Connect Caucus, introduced by Isla Pullman. Isla, you have 5 minutes.
So this was the part of the project that I had for my SLCers. I basically gave them a list of things that they needed to do, give them something that they thought was important and the campus needed, and then write a resolution. And then I had Speaker Holmes come to the meeting and basically score everything, judge everything, and she picked this one. So with that, I yield my time to JC Varela.
All right. Is there a motion for a non-senator to speak? All right. JC, you have 5 minutes when you're ready. Allison, you might have swayed the vote. Just playing with you.
All right. Hello, Senate. Short introduction for myself. If you don't know me, my name is JC Varela. I am obviously a student here. I'm also a senator-elect for the College of Sciences. And most importantly, I'm a transfer student. And also a short introduction of this bill. This bill would be the creation of something called the Ad Hoc Connect Caucus. And what the Connect Caucus would strive to do is to represent both transfer students and students that attend downtown and Rosen campus. And to kind of emphasize this need to you, I have some stats here for you. Actually, there are over 28,000 transfer students, undergrads here at UCF, and that's 49% of the student body. And out of 20,000 new undergraduate enrollees, 11,000 of them were transfer students, which is 56% of the new student class in 2023-2024 academic year. And in Rosen downtown campus, a combined 15 majors are exclusively offered at those campuses, with over 5,000 students enrolled in these majors. So transfer students and downtown/Rosen students are a major part of the student populace. And frankly, there's a lack of representation for those student groups in Senate. There have been efforts by senators and people in the past to try to address some specific needs of transfer students or downtown and Rosen students. We saw a bill earlier tonight from ELA Richmond addressing downtown student needs. But there is a need for a permanent body to be constantly working on these needs throughout the student year, throughout the academic year, because there are so many students who are transfers at UCF, and they are woefully underrepresented. And throughout the process of this bill, I went back and forth on, is a caucus really necessary? And at first I was like, maybe it's too much, maybe it's redundant with other things on campus. But then after speaking to numerous RSOs and numerous administrative bodies, such as Transfer Nights, Downtown Life, Rosen Life, the Rosen Leadership Council, and the Transfer Honor Society, as well as UCF Connect and the UCF Transfer Center, I realized that the problems faced by transfer students and downtown/Rosen kids goes a lot farther than one person like myself could solve. And the need for a caucus and a group of people to always be working on this and always be keeping these students in their mind is needed. And what would this caucus advocate for specifically? Well, the most prevalent needs for these student groups are housing, better financial aid opportunities, and social acclimation, and just overall a better connection to the UCF campus. Since one thing that was really expressed to me by especially RSO and student groups is there's a level of disconnect between transfer students and the UCF student body. And SG can be doing so much more to help alleviate that disconnect. And just to conclude, some initiatives that the caucus would partake in if it gets passed as soon as the 56th session starts, which is ready to start 56th session, would be working with the Transfer Center to have a better presence at student orientation, because SG has been kind of lacking presence at transfer orientations. It would be to work very closely to do a successful transfer week, because transfer week is such an amazing time for transfer students to be able to, I guess, be a part of the community. And SG involvement is super important in that, and be able to advertise that this is your body is super important.
1 minute remaining.
And also financial aid, because the scholarships are pretty slanted. I can get into this more if this is a question, but this program is pretty slanted for first time in college students, and transfer students don't have, I guess, available scholarships that are like for UCF students, only new UCF students, and all the new UCF students scholarships goes to first time in college students. So in conclusion, there are so many problems, and the caucus can help alleviate some of those problems. So I hope that you guys pass it and finally represent transfer students and downtown Rosen students properly in the student body. Thank you. I yield.
All right. We are now in line for questions. Temple, then Samillo.
For the record, that is my mentee up there. Very proud of him at the moment. Not a question to you, unfortunately. Like, that was very well done. Let's debate. But a question to anybody, really. The final be it further resolved clause that the ad hoc Connect caucus shall allow any student government agent, so on and so forth. Does that still need to be kept in because we just now removed caucuses from Senate rules and statutes?
Hers.
As it hasn't been signed yet, it still has to be in the bill.
Got it.
You have a second or just that question?
Nope, just want to wax poetic about my mentee.
Samillo, then Yaman Chili, then Morset.
I have two.
You may.
So the goal of this ad hoc caucus is pretty much to connect the campuses that have the name of UCF, correct?
Can you repeat your question? I didn't hear you.
Yeah. So the ad hoc caucus, the main goal or like intent for this is to just kind of connect all the campuses together as one under UCF's name.
That is part of the reason. That is why Entire Connect Caucus, that's a major part of it. But also in my discussions with specifically Transfer Center and UCF Connect, it is also to give kind of a student body voice for transfer students when advocating for massive transfer student reform, because there are many issues that like go above what student government can do alone, and there needs to be pressure put on administrators to change some things. And the caucus will also be able to kind of rally that student voice and kind of open a better line of communication between transfer student needs and the administration, and also discuss with UCF Connect and UCF Transfer Center how UCF SG can better serve the needs of transfer students.
Okay. Second one, with that being said, would you be opposed to maybe changing the name from just Connect Caucus to maybe something a little bit more enticing or like more in depth so that people understand what it actually is instead of just using the word connect?
Yeah, that's something I thought about and discussed with other people throughout the process. I'd win the Connect Caucus because I think it's a pretty short and succinct way to say it. If anyone has any ideas for a way that's like not like wordy, like calling something like, oh, the transfer student and also roast and also downtown student caucus is kind of wordy. If anyone has suggestions, I'll take those. Yeah.
May I ask a follow-up?
You may.
Would you be opposed to Campus Connect caucus?
No, I'm fine with that.
Who'd I say? Yam and Chili?
Oh yeah, I don't have anything.
Hurst?
If
Oh,
two-
more set. My bad. More set than Hurst.
As somebody who worked transfer orientations, in which way would, because I know you said you want to increase representation at orientations, in which aspect would you like that? Because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, because I know for first year experience we have exec com. I'm not completely sure if exec comes for transfer, but I'm just curious, kind of in which way would you want the representation to be held for transfer orientations?
This is one of the major discussions I have with the UCF Transfer Center. It'll be mainly working with the UCF Transfer Center to see like what they would want. That's kind of the discussion I want to have. Probably just to be more like SG tabling to encourage mainly transfer students to run for SG, because another problem I've seen in SG is there really isn't that many transfer students senators. Despite them being 49% of the student body, 49% of you are not transfer students, which doesn't have to be fully representative, but there should be more than one or two. So it'll be kind of advocating to transfer students, say, yes, SG, you can apply for SG, you can do it even if you're a new transfer, and just making sure that they feel that SG is there for them and open for them to join if they want to.
Hurst. Oh, was that a follow-up? Okay.
Another question that kind of arises during transfer orientation is that a lot of those students come from Valencia, and they might have been like involved in Valencia student government, but kind of, I don't want to say scared, but intimidated to join UCF student government for whatever reason. Like you said, the representation just really isn't there. It kind of goes back to that first question, but how would you kind of mitigate that representation, especially since there aren't a lot of transfer senators already in the body?
Well, honestly, how I see it is, for one, SGLC, the program I was in, that was extremely helpful and amazing for me getting involved in SG, that is available to juniors if you're a transfer student. So I would definitely encourage more SGLC participation from that student group. I've actually talked with UCF Connect about maybe advertising SGLC on their website. That could be a future plan. And also just like generally like talking to more transfer students, because I feel like when I was talking to transfer nights and the Transfer Honor Society, so many of them felt like they were intimidated or they had transfer shock and they just couldn't really cope with it all. So like having, I guess, SG kind of being a more clear presence in the orientation and throughout just generally in transfer communities, maybe speaking to transfer nights and the Transfer Honor Society about kind of telling their student bodies, hey, apply for SG when the elections are open would be a good way. And just make SG feel more of like a safe thing to do rather than such a scary, audacious task as it feels for many transfer students.
Polera, and then Hurst and Polera.
Two questions, if I may.
You may.
Question one, I know you talked with the transfer center. Did you also talk to admin that this would be kind of focused towards, and faculty? Like, I know that we want like them to change things. So have you spoken with them about how receptive they are to this?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question, but I'll try to answer it. Like I talked to the director of the transfer center, or one of them, Dr. Beth Gantz. She's a great human being. I don't know if she's considered admin or not, but she's definitely, a faculty that works. She's paid full time to do this. And she's extremely supportive. She actually asked for our help when I was talking to her, because she and the transfer center themselves have been really working hard to try to get some of these reforms that I've stated, and there's so many more that I haven't stated, through the administration. People maybe higher up in like the registrar's office or the housing department or things like this, or just even faculty councils and deans for credit equivalency, stuff like that. And she's been unsuccessful mainly because she feels that there is a really lack of a student pressure for it. I'm hoping that this caucus would kind of create that student pressure, because students do feel these problems and they do want to solve it. There's just no forum for them to discuss these problems, and really no one advocating for the students on this issue other than like the transfer center or like a few faculty members.
My follow-up?
You may.
So that's what I mean by they have tried to go to administration and say, we want to do these things, and they have not been receptive. Have you talked to the people that they're trying to talk to?
I have not talked to them yet, no.
Got you. All good.
Are there any questions? Oh, Polera, my bad.
Hi, so I know that I think Vice Chair Hurst mentioned this at the last meeting. So I was just curious to know, are you worried that with the creation of this ad hoc caucus that we're creating too many ad hoc caucuses and then it'll be hard for membership and meeting quorum?
Yeah, that's obviously a concern. I think that's very reasonable to have. I have that concern too. But in terms of membership, I can't guarantee how many people are going to take the initiative. I would hope it's a very important topic. I would hope anyone who's a transferred downtown or Rosen student would feel connected to the caucus and be able to join it, just through wanting to represent their student populations. Hope that other people who empathize with the need will want to join. But in terms of getting work done, I can guarantee that as long as I'm involved with the caucus, there will be work getting done. I'm extremely passionate about this issue. And as long as I'm even a member of the caucus, not even the chair or vice chair, this caucus will get work done and there will be conversations had. I will not let this caucus not do anything, basically.
All right. Follow up. This is the last question.
Have you talked to any senators that are also going to be here next session, or any senators elect, about if they would join the ad hoc caucus?
Throughout the creation of this bill, because it was an SFC project, I talked with a lot of senators, and many of these senators knew when I was creating the project, and that got a lot of support. I never officially asked, hey, will you join the caucus if I create it? But there's so much support. I have no doubt that some people I talked to that supported the legislation would join it. And I've had some colleges saying, hey, if you make it, I will join it. So yeah, there is some interest already.
Are there any other questions? If so, I'll extend time. But all right, we're now lined for debate. Smillo?
Debate to see all my amendments as a block. Motion to see all my amendments as a block.
One second. Sorry, I exit out of it. Oh, it's right here, actually. Okay. There's been a motion to see all of Chair Smill's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Is there a motion for 1 minute speeches, 1 minute question, 1 minute debate? You're now there, Smil. You have 1 minute.
Hi. So kind of just in regard to changing the name to kind of make it more appealing for new senators, or maybe people that are potentially trying to join Senate in the next session, just so they can kind of see what opportunities we have. I figured a name for a caucus that would connect all the different campuses at UCF, as well as transfer students. That's short and sweet, pretty much what he said he wanted. I put Intercampus and Transfer Caucus. So it's ICTC, abbreviated, short and sweet, but pretty much I just changed the name of the caucus and then went through the whole thing and changed it if it was anywhere else, if that's what we decided to pick. But yeah, I yield the rest of my time.
We're now lined for questioning. Hurst?
Question to the person who wrote the bill.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts?
I think it's good. I like it. I like it can be abbreviated the ITC, IC, something like that. There's a lot of similar letters there. I didn't really hear them all. But yeah, I like that. I think that's a good, distinct way to put it and describes it better so it can be better advertised to new senators. I think that's great, yeah.
Any other questions? Is there a motion move to debate? We're now in debate. Hurst? And then Tim.
Motion to see my amendment as a friendly.
Which one is that?
It's on the type line, resolution to see creation of the ad hoc caucus, and it just says caucus twice in the same sentence. So just taking off the second one.
Would you like to see it as a friendly, Smillo? Temple, I see there's a amendment on yours. There's a technical.
That's just a technical.
Okay, I'll see it. Trainer.
A question to Samillo and then a motion, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
So in this, we've got ad hoc, intercampus, and transfer caucus. I noticed that in some parts, ICTC is placed in between ad hoc and caucus, and other times ICTC is placed in front of ad hoc caucus. So I was just wondering which one we were going with.
In regards to that, I literally just deleted the word and replaced it with the thing. So whether it was in front of it or behind it, it wasn't written like that by me. It was written like that by the person that wrote it. So I would direct that question to him.
Did you strike it out, Trainer?
Yes. So I did in the be it further resolved sections,
Okay.
but it would also require changing the name of the resolution itself, because what I put is different from how it is written in the title.
ICTC.
In the title, ICTC is in the middle of ad hoc and caucus, whereas my strike throughs put ICTC in front.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll probably want it to be consistent with the other ones. Ad hoc for sustainability, wouldn't it be ad hoc for, or
I think we should keep it in regards to the title because everything's titled that way. So if
Brody?
it's titled ad hoc of blank, then I think it should be ad hoc of blank continuously throughout the whole thing.
Okay. Brody, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I think you can do. Hold on, really quickly. Sorry. Yeah, the other ones list an ad hoc caucus for blank, whereas this one is titled "Create the Ad Hoc Connect Caucus." So I think I'm actually going to disagree with Kylie. You can make it the ad hoc caucus for transfer students, which you can then in the thing name the intercampus and transfer caucus, or you can list the intercampus and transfer ad hoc caucus. The other thing I was going to mention is the second C in ICTC is caucus, so you can't have the ICTC caucus because that would be the intercampus and transfer caucus.
Okay. Okay, this is kind of messy. Do you want to withdraw like your thing and then you can to make the changes again and then you can make a motion to see the amendments?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Are we putting it in front of ad hoc or behind?
Just go ahead and
in front.
Go ahead and withdraw it and then we'll re-see it.
Okay, withdraw.
Okay. Huh? On the we're not in. Oh, we're in debate of the bill right now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so while we're waiting on whatever's happening, because I know we're trying to change language, but the thing is still going to be the thing. I love this. This is great. I am a transfer student. I think this is necessary. I did not get a lot of support that I felt was useful when I transferred. I kind of just, here you go. You're on a new campus. Have fun. And that was not very helpful. And I kind of stumbled a little bit when I started. This is great. I will say I do have my reservations that I had mentioned today at LDR as well about having so many different ad hoc caucuses and different caucuses in general about like meeting quorum and having enough people in the meeting to actually get something done with any kind of like force. But I don't think that's gonna be a problem for this caucus, as there are a lot of transfer students that are in this room, and that there are students in this room that do care about their transfer student friends, and that they are all over the place. A lot of our students are transfer students, not only from Valencia, but from out of state as well, or from out of country. So I think this is very important for us to at least try to do right by them and get them the resources that they need to do well as they start out at a new campus.
Temple.
So yeah, I'm already coming in with this with a significant amount of bias because he is mine and Chair Yalamanchili's mentee, but I will be voting for this piece of legislation. And when he says that he's done his research and his due diligence on this, he means that by a factor of about 1,000. And yes, I'm going to be stalling for time while they work on the amendment, but hey, it's a good opportunity as any to filibuster for the first time on this floor. But yes, week in, week out, this man right here approaches me and Yalamanchili to talk about this thing. That's almost as if the thing that's on his mind constantly, aside from schoolwork. I'm sure you know you've been doing work, right? Good. But like this man has been thinking through every little detail and every little contingency with this caucus. And like, I'm not gonna lie, myself and Yalamanchili both challenged him on this initiative, and rather than back down, he found ways around them, and he managed to solve those queries as well. And that is the mark of a really good senator. Like, you don't back down from your initiatives. What you do instead is you pivot and you find ways to adjust to alleviate those concerns, rather than just change the whole framework entirely, because that is the far easier and more efficient way of going about it, and efficiency. And I love this. Like, despite what I may have said to you in our conversations about my hesitancy, I love this initiative. And yes, there are concerns. What's going on? Okay, never mind. Sorry, easily distracted. But yeah, where was I? Right. Even though there are a lot of ad hoc caucuses here, that still should not take away from the fact that these working groups intend to do very good work, and I see this as no different. And it is a very unique cohort as well, because transfer students and intercampus students are a very ubiquitous lot, but they almost but they don't get nearly as much representation, and that is a shame. So I'm really glad now that externality is now being picked up and accounted for by this organization. So props to you, JC. You did a fantastic job on this. Now, I think we good with the amendment. I will yield to Chair Simillo.
Go ahead. Motion to see everything in blue on the document as a.
Okay. There's been a motion to see Yamachili. I'll get to you after this. After this right here. There's been a motion to see Chair Simillo's amendments as a block. Is it Chair Simillo and Vice Chair Trainer, both of you, or just Chair Simillo? Okay. Chair Simillo's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for 1 minute speeches, 1 minute questioning, 1 minute debate? We are now there. So, Chair Simillo, you have a minute when you're ready.
Hey y'all, I kiki with Brody, and this is what we came up with. Since the therefore be resolved already states that the University of Central Florida will have an ad hoc caucus named the Intercampus and Transfer Caucus ICTC. I don't have to keep saying ad hoc caucus since it says it again in the next one. So I literally could just write ICTC over and over and over again, and that's exactly what I did.
All right. We're now line for questioning. Are there any questions? Hers?
This is redundant, I think, a little bit, but I know that a lot of our caucuses have like their acronym and then caucus, like APIA caucus and other stuff like that. Like, do we want to try and separate them or keep it as a whole thing and make it ICTC instead of like ICT caucus? I don't care. I'm just questioning it.
I say we just leave it. It's not that the name on like the website or anything like that's going to be abbreviated like that. It's literally the Intercampus and Transfer Caucus. It's just like, for example, if we were to abbreviate something, it's just, you don't always have to say caucus. Like people are going to know that it's a caucus kind of thing. And especially since it's ad hoc, if they wanted to change the name, if it thrives and whatever, then they could figure it out if it becomes a problem kind of thing. So,
any other questions? Hurst?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Hurst?
May I retain?
You may.
Good idea. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendments. Are there any block of amendments? Are there any objections? You object?
Not an objection, but also the title that Brody wrote in purple is also a part of it. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that before voting.
All right. Yeah. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count 30-0 to 1, the amendment passes. We're still in the debate for the resolution. I'll go Yamachili, then Simillo.
So over the past few weeks, I've had a fair number of conversations about this with JC in the SG office, and he's very passionate about this initiative. He's done his research. He's talked to a lot of different organizations like Rosen Life, Downtown Life, Transfer Nights. He's taken the input of many different people. This initiative is very well researched. Members of LJR had the same concerns that are being put out on the floor today. I do think that the initiative should go forward, despite the concern that we might be having too many caucuses, which is valid. But I did not know myself the extent to which transfer students face problems that other students in this campus didn't. I've never had to go through having orientation a week before classes start. I didn't know that was the case for transfer students. So there are issues that need more attention than they are given now. I believe the ICTC would be a great way to give those issues the attention that they deserve. So props to JC. He has worked very, very hard on this. It's very well researched. It takes all the externalities into account. So I am highly supportive of this bill. I'll be voting in favor of it, and I urge you all to do the same.
Samilo?
With that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5536. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With the vote count 27 to 1-0, it passes. Congratulations. Next up, we have Proclamation 5528, proclamation to recognize the week of March 25th through 29th as UCF Spring Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week, introduced by Vice Chair Vasquez. Vasquez, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay. Hunger and homelessness is a topic heavily relevant to today's society. This legislation provides statistics of homelessness not only in the state of Florida, but in Orlando and the counties that occupy it, specifically highlighting college and K-12 students that are affected by homelessness and their demographics. I can talk all about the statistics and numbers to demonstrate the gravity and relevance of this topic, but these issues are not just statistics, but a reality for thousands of people every day. And with that, I wanted to share a personal story. We all recognize March of 2020 as the start of the pandemic that altered all of our lives. In my house, that meant I got several weeks off of school and my mom unfortunately losing her job. With all the extra time that I had on my hands, I quickly adapted, finding a job at the mall and running my own small business to supplement the lack of income in my household, all while being an upcoming high school senior. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to support my family, and soon after we got an eviction notice. My mom and I exhausted every resource we had access to, from government aid to free food weekly at food pantries, for which I would skip class every week to wait in a 2-hour line for. Ultimately, a couple weeks after my high school graduation, we were evicted with no place to go. Now, skipping forward a rough patch, this story takes a turn for the better. My family finding stability, and I happily being here now, which was a significant contrast from the time in my life where I didn't think I'd get the opportunity to even attend college. I wanted to share this story with you all to demonstrate the reality of this issue and how personal and important it is to me. And as simple as a food drive may seem, the impact that it leaves on the community, family, and individuals is profound. And now I'm grateful to be in a position where I can give back to the community that helped me when I was on the other side of the table. Now, if you guys didn't already know, because it was mentioned 3 times during this meeting, the Give Some Get Some event is tomorrow at 10:30. From 10:30 to 2:30, we'll have great RSS tabling, free food, snacks and drinks, a nitro appearance, and a chance to enter our raffle with really cool prizes if you donate. And we're collecting donations in the form of clothing items, non-perishable food items, and monetary donations. And we'd love to see you there and support. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions for Vice Chair Vasquez? Hurst?
Seeing none, move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I will go Hamid, Hurst, and then Pro Tempore. Now I'll go to you.
I feel like now it's an extreme understatement to say that Andrea has worked a hell of a ton on this project. I've literally stayed and watched her run around the office printing out papers for like hours after everyone else leaves. I've seen the countless emails that she answers constantly. I've seen all the work she's put in for the community, and knowing how personal this is for her, I feel as though this proclamation and this event can help so many people in the Orlando community in such a way that we might never understand because we've never been in their position. I'm so thankful to be the SBA chair where this event is happening, because I already can see the impact that it is having with all the donations we've collected already, even after 2 days of collections. I just know that it's going back to people who really need it and people who use it and appreciate it. And I am also so thankful for Andrea for putting so much work into this, and not just this proclamation, but the event. And I hope you all see that as well. And I hope you all admire her perseverance and hard work to get to not just this point in student government, but also this point in her life. Why are you laughing? But I hope you all vote in favor for this, as it is incredibly important. Another statistic that I don't think you mentioned was that we have at UCF, we have a large population of houseless people. It is a thing that is very prevalent in the UCF community. And I believe that we should be supporting those students in this way as well.
That was a lot for you to share. I'm so honored that you were able to share that with us. And I know that not everything is easy to talk about, but I'm very proud that you were able to take a time in your life that was not exactly easy and far from, and take that and do something positive with it instead of letting it make you feel like you are unable to do things. So thank you very much for bringing this to student government and making sure we can get something out of it that isn't bad. That's a bad word for it, but I'm going to use it anyway. You have done so much work on this. Just sitting in the office watching you try to coordinate all this stuff and writing on paper towels and napkins and trying to get all of it done. I really want to get you like a little handheld notebook so you can get all that stuff written down so you can have it out of your head. But you have done so much work on this, and I am very proud of the work that you've done and being able to bring this to our attention and get this done in a way that is so helpful to our community. Obviously, guys, vote for it. This is great. But thank you for sharing that with us.
All right. I'll do pro tempore, Temple, then Polero.
I'll be voting in favor. I think not only is this legislation amazing, and it highlights a really prevalent issue on campus, but also the event that pairs with it is very creative in nature. I know that Andrea didn't really have that much of a budget, and she got like outside sponsorships to donate, which is amazing. They really made a lot out of nothing. So perseverance, is a word that comes to mind. But overall, I think this legislation is important. We've always talked about hunger and homelessness on campus throughout the sessions, but I really do feel like this is one of the steps we've clearly and definitely take to, to mitigate it in some sense.
Temple?
Yeah, there's really nothing that I would say that hasn't already been said for Vice Chair Vasquez's initiative. Like, this is far and away one of the most ambitious and most in-depth efforts at bringing attention to homelessness and in a bid to tackle it as well. I think it goes without saying that I and this body are extremely proud of you for doing this, Senator Vasquez, or Vice Chair Vasquez. Sorry, I'm going to put respect to the name there. But there have been efforts to address homelessness before, none of which come anywhere close to the scale and to the dedication that you've put into this. And I am extremely personally happy for you that you have been able to bring attention to this and spearhead this initiative, given your past in this. And I'm sorry that you had to deal with that on your end, but I know I heard you say that, but I know that it did ultimately help you become the advocate that you are. And I cannot wait to not only see how you move on from here, but also cannot wait to see the event. If only I could actually be in two places at once, that would be fantastic.
I just want to thank Andrea for being so vulnerable. If you guys know Andrea, she's not vulnerable. She does not talk about stuff like this. And I'm just so proud of her for not just the work that she's put in, because she has put in so much work on this event. I cannot stress it enough to you guys, the work that she's put in. It wasn't easy to get the money and to have people donate. And she's put in so much work. She's put in so many hours tabling. I'm so proud of her for all of that and for being really open and vulnerable today. I love you so much. I'm really sorry that you had to go through that. And I'm so proud of you for what you're doing for students.
Who did I say? Laurel, do you want to go? You'll be the last.
Save the best for last. So Andrea is the best person ever sometimes. She has overcome so much, including losing Dems to this event, which I knew broke her heart. But I'm so excited to see it prosper and see her prosper as an individual. She's got this. We all believe in her. And look at the proclamation. It changed my life when I read it. So what's the word? Retain?
You may.
Move the vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5522. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 31 to 0, Proclamation 5528 passes on second reading. Good job, Andre, and thank you for sharing your story. We appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and yield to Chair Hamid. We're hitting the proclamations. You're acting like you had the mic for the first time in your life. Let's go.
Why yield to me?
The moment of, do you want to do the moment silence prior or after?
After.
Or do you want to at least do a foreword before we start?
Oh, yes. So we are about to look into our 10 Eternal Nights. Each is written by a different member of SBA. Please take a look at them carefully. A lot of care was put into them. I also would highly recommend do not see them as a block. I don't know if that was an idea in any of your heads. Don't do that. I know y'all want to get out of here, but that is high-key disrespectful if you do that. But I know that it's going to be emotional for some of you, and I don't want to stray away from that fact. Please, if you feel any sort of way during this that you feel as though you need to leave, to collect yourself, or for any reason, please don't be afraid to do that. Absolutely no one in this room is going to judge you. I believe us as senators care about each other, and the Senate chamber should be a safe space for, our feelings. So that is my forward. So please keep that in mind.
All right, thank you, Chair Hamid. We are going to start with Proclamation 5529, introduced by Senator Torres. Senator Torres, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Good evening, Senate. So over the break, I was very honored to be able to write this proclamation recognizing the life of Julius Ottavani. They were an aerospace engineering student here at UCF in the College of Engineering and Computer Science. I unfortunately was unable to find as much information as I wanted to regarding their life, but I hope that this proclamation does its job and able to recognize their life for their loved ones at the ceremony. Thank you, and I yield my time.
We're now in line for questions. Are there any questions? Is there a motion move to debate? We're now in line for debate. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Is there a motion to move to voting procedures? We're now there. Proclamation 5529. With a vote count of 30 to 0, Proclamation 5529 passes on second reading. Proclamation 5530, proclamation in memory of Allison Sickle. Is that how you say it? Eiley Pullman, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
So it's my honor to commemorate the life of Allison Sickle. So Allison Sickle was born in Panama on April 9th, 2003. She was a 2021 graduate of Westport High School in Ocala, Florida. There, she served as the class president and graduated with several high scholastic honors. She was a marketing student in the College of Business here at UCF, and she will always be remembered by her family and friends by her nickname, Allie, and her mantra, collect moments, not things. And with that, I yield my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to debate? Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to voting procedures? We are now in line in voting for Proclamation 5530. With a vote count of 32 to 0, Proclamation 5530 passes on second reading. Proclamation 5531, proclamation in memory of Natalia Isabel Callejas, is that how you pronounce it? Introduced by Senator Brown. Senator Brown, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
I had the honor of writing this proclamation in honor and memory of Natalia Callejas. And I wanted to read some of the clauses because I just wanted to show some respect, and I had the pleasure of learning about her life. So Natalia Callejas is remembered lovingly by family, friends, and students as an honorable person and member of the UCF community. Natalia was a hardworking and passionate student at UCF, pursuing a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice through the College of Community Innovation and Education. Natalia was an incredibly caring and kind individual who consistently strived to spread goodness throughout UCF's campus and the world. Natalia had an astounding abundance of love in her heart for both people in her life and people she did not know. Natalia was a perceptive and cultivated young woman who left a positive impact on the world through the beautiful relationships she held and in the many places she visited. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Natalia Callejas, and we shall remember the kind-hearted and wonderful Natalia Callejas with honor and respect. I yield my time.
We are now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to debate? Is there any debate? Is there a motion to move to voting procedures? We are now there. With a vote count of 32 to 0, Proclamation 5531 passes on second reading. Next up, we have Proclamation 5532, proclamation in memory of Jacob Lloyd, introduced by Vice Chair Trainer. Vice Chair Trainer, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tonight, I have the honor to recognize and celebrate the life of Jacob Lloyd. He was remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person. He was proud to be a student at UCF, pursuing a degree in forensic science within the College of Sciences, and he had an interest in it and wanted to be a lawyer for it. His family described him as someone who was really going to make a difference. Funnily, he was known to always wear shorts, no matter how cold it was outside, which was part of the reason he decided to go to UCF in the first place. He lived in Texas as a child, and friends and family used to describe him as brilliant, quick-witted, and even fashionable. He loved watching sports and playing sports. He competed for Fossil Ridge for their football and wrestling team, and he enjoyed playing lacrosse and football with his friends. And he was also in his high school orchestra. His classmates described him as having a bright energy, and for some was the only source of motivation for them because of how genuine and funny he was in class. Jacob Lloyd has been a constant inspiration for all UCF students. The UCF community has suffered a great loss with the passing of Jacob Lloyd, and UCF shall remember Jacob Lloyd with honor and respect. I now yield to questions.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to debate? And we're now in debate. Vice Chair Trainer, do you want to see your amendments as a block? All right. There's been a motion to see Vice Chair Trainer's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Is there a motion for 1 minute speeches, 1 minute questioning, and 1 minute debate? Vice Chair Trainer, you have a minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These 4 lines were initially included because of the closeness of Jacob's father, Shane. I'm not going to get into the details of why he was included. However, I felt that it was respectful to add him. After discussing with Chair Hamid and through the advice of Brody, we've decided to go ahead and remove the father from this proclamation because the proclamation is focused on students and not family relating. Though he's not included, I still have best wishes for Jacob, Shane, and his family. With that, I yield to questioning.
Are there any questions for Vice Chair Trainer? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to debate? We are now in line for debate. Is there a motion to move to voting procedures? We're now there. With a vote count of 32 to 0 to 0, the amendments pass. We're in still debate of the bill. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none. Oh, Samila.
I just kind of wanted to say a little bit about Jacob and kind of the circumstance that happened. Most of you guys probably know because it was all over the news, but a DUI driver that had repeated offenses actually did hit him and his dad while he was here for orientation. And when you look up his name, a lot of the things that come up are about the accident and all those things, but I do want you guys to take a moment and look him up. There's videos of him playing football and wrestling and being the bright and unique kid he was and doing all of the things that he was known for before he came here to UCF. And I just wanted you guys to know that like there was more to him than just all the articles about the DUI that spread around and all those things. So yeah, but that was it.
Are there any other senators wishing to speak in debate? Is there a motion to move to voting procedures? We're now there. With a vote count of 32 to 0 to 0, Proclamation 5532 passes on second reading. Proclamation 5533, Proclamation in memory of Abigail Swanson, introduced by Vice Chair Vasquez. Vice Chair Vasquez, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Abigail Swanson, better known as Abby by her family and friends, was recognized to be a great member of her community, an amazing friend, daughter, and sister. Although this proclamation does not give a full look into Abby's life, I hope it highlights some of the most memorable parts. Abby grew up in a military family, having moved to 9 different cities growing up. With that, she developed a love for traveling, having traveled to all major U.S. cities and 7 Caribbean islands. She enhanced her passion for traveling by becoming a pilot. Abby also loved amusement parks, and if you made her choose between Disney and Universal, she would pick Disney any day. In her school years, she involved herself in ski clubs and volleyball teams. At UCF, Abby was a psychology major in the College of Sciences, and I hope this proclamation honors Abby and her family. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions for Vice Chair Vasquez? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to debate? We are now there. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to voting procedures? We are now there. With a vote count of 32 to 0 to 0, Proclamation 5533 passes on second reading. Proclamation 5534, Proclamation in memory of Louis Curtiellas, introduced by Senator Humayun. Senator Humayun isn't present. Chair Hamid, would you like to take over? You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
So this proclamation is in memory of Louis Curtiellas. He was remembered by his friends and family, peers, and faculty, and his community as someone who made an irreplaceable difference in their lives. He was a proud student at UCF, pursuing a degree in computer science in the College of Engineering and Computer Science, and he was a cherished member of the student body here. We've suffered a great loss at the tragic passing of Louis Curtiellas. And I hope that this proclamation, when given to his family, honors him in his memory with respect and the honor that he deserves. I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
We're now in line for questions. Are there any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to debate? We're now in line for debate. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to voting procedures? All right, we are now there. With a vote count of 32 to 0, Proclamation 5534 passes on second reading. Proclamation 5535. Proclamation in memory of Ralph David Laracas, introduced by Chair Hamid. Chair Hamid, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
This proclamation is in memory of Ralph David Laracas. He was remembered as a loyal friend who had a smile that could light up the room he was in. He was originally born in the Philippines before moving to the U.S. at 3 years old. He originally, when he came to the U.S., he really excelled at baseball until he got to high school when he found his love for cheerleading. He was very well known in the sport, leading his team to victories in multiple championships for his high school. There's actually an article, if you look it up, of his high school remembering him and about all the fond memories they have of him. He actually received a varsity cheerleading scholarship to UCF, which shows his dedication to the sport. He went on to study industrial engineering through UCF's College of Engineering and Computer Science. He was also involved in the Pi Kappa Phi fraternity, where members put service before themselves and worked towards improving the world around them, which could describe Ralph David Laracas perfectly. He worked at Exelith Labs as an industrial engineer. His family talked about how he loved playing with moon sand there, and it was one of his fond memories. He was remembered as someone who was a friend to everyone and who was always there for you. And UCF has suffered a great loss with his passing, and I hope that this proclamation honors him with the respect that he deserves. And I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
We are now in line for questions. Are there any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to debate? You have a question?
No, motion.
Oh. We're now in line for debate. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Chair DeCara.
I just wanted to speak on this. Ralph and Dave, I was actually an alumni of my fraternity, and I did know of his passing. It happened over the summer. My fraternity did, in the time, reach out to the family and help in their time. But since then, I was able to speak to a lot of alumni, and, a lot of the things that he brought to the fraternity. And one of the many values of my fraternity is lifelong commitment. And, even, he gave a lot to our fraternity even when he graduated. But I think the fraternity is very appreciative of giving respect to him, especially through this. And I saw that name and I was like, oh, I completely forgot. But yes, of course I'm voting for this.
Great. Are there any other senators wishing to speak in debate? Temple?
So, of course, I don't have the document put up before me because I want to hear out these in real time. And when I heard that he had been born in the Philippines and immigrated to the U.S., it struck a nerve for me because, as you all know, I am part Filipino, and I take pride in the fact that I am Filipino, and the Filipino community is probably one of the most tight-knit communities you will ever see because quite literally everybody considers themselves each other cousins. And even though I never met him while he was alive, I still consider him family because that's just how we are as Filipinos. And to hear him be to pursue such a degree and to pursue what he really loved to do in his life, it hurts. Don't get me wrong. It also instills a sense of pride in the sense that he came to the U.S. to do exactly what so many wanted to do, especially from a country like the Philippines. He wants to improve his station in the world. He wants to improve the station of his family. And that doesn't just include his immediate family. That includes everybody in that archipelago nation. And he wanted to do it in a way that was unique to him. I'll be voting in favor of this proclamation. I really encourage you all to do the same as well.
Are there any other senators wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to voting procedures? We're now there. With a vote count of 32 to 0, Proclamation 5535 passes on second reading. Proclamation 5536, Proclamation in memory of Joseph Ortiz, introduced by Senator Lazo. Senator Lazo, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Good evening, Senate. So unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of information on Joseph Ortiz, but from the few things that I could gather through obituaries and other websites, sorry, I don't know why I'm so emotional about this. They're really proud to be a graduate at the University of Central Florida, and I'm gonna start crying. Oh my God.
Take your time.
They were known for their love of the arts and for their creativity. I don't know why I'm so emotional. This just reminds me so much of my brother. Anywho, UCF community has suffered a great loss with the tragic and untimely passing of Joseph Dylan Ortiz. And I'm sorry, I'm thinking of this one image in their obituary where it's them at their UCF graduation. And that could have been any one of us. And it's so sad to see that they don't get to have that lifelong time of being a UCF Knight. They're unfortunately an eternal Knight, and that's something that no one should have to go through. I need the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we're now in is there a motion to move to debate? Okay. We're now in line for debate. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Samila?
Hi. Again, I just kind of wanted to reach out to everybody and let everybody know that there is a GoFundMe out there for the family of Joseph, and kind of just to help with all the costs that come with the emotional time. The financial burdens are also up there. So if you guys wanted to do that, literally just look up his name, Joseph Dylan Ortiz, and then you scroll down and there's a GoFundMe there. They've raised about $10K out of a $15K goal. So they're pretty close, and kind of just going through reading like the words of support and some of the stuff that they wrote. I just advise that you all kind of just read it just to kind of see and hear a little bit more about the night that we have.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak in debate? Is there a motion to move to voting procedures? We're now there. With a vote count of 31 to 0, Proclamation 5536 passes on second reading. Proclamation 5537, Proclamation in memory of Shauna Hathaway Clark, introduced by Senator Richmond. Eli Richmond, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
I was honored to write this proclamation in memory of Shauna Hathaway Clark. Shauna is remembered by friends, family, and fellow students as an exemplary person and member of the UCF community. Shauna flourished, attending the University of Central Florida's Rosen College of Hospitality Management and graduating magna cum laude with a bachelor's degree in both event management and hospitality management in 2014. Before attending UCF, Shauna pursued a degree in musical education at a Texas university, where she was active in Alpha Phi Omega, being dedicated to community service. Shauna held jobs in nonprofits such as the American Diabetes Association, Make-A-Wish Foundation, and the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Shauna volunteered as the Girl Scouts of part of Central California Council, being a troop leader for many years, helping many girls. Shauna combined her passion for event planning, the fiber arts, and community service by organizing conventions for and serving on the board of directors for Orlando Distaff Day and Florida Tropical Weavers Guild. UCF has suffered a great loss with the passing of Shauna Clark, and UCF shall remember Shauna Clark with honor and respect. I yield the rest of my time.
We are now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to move to debate? We are now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Samilo?
Kind of just wanted to tag on to her Girl Scout initiatives that she kind of had. There was a Girl Scout tea event that she put on, and she had a whole bunch of troops come out, and like all the little girls would make tea with her, and she'd teach them all the different things that she learned, like crocheting and sewing and things like that. And I just wanted to let you guys all know crocheting's easy to do, sewing's easy to do, making tea is easy to do. Do something in memory of our night, and the things that she loved, as well as some things that you can learn to love.
Hurst?
Motion to see my amendment as a technical.
I'll see it. Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Is there a motion to move to voting procedures? We are now there. With a vote count of 31 to 0, Proclamation 5537 passes on second reading. Our final proclamation, Proclamation 5538, Proclamation in memory of Eric Anthony Williams, introduced by Senator Hashmi. Senator Hashmi, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Hi, everyone. I was honored to write this proclamation commemorating the life of Eric Anthony Williams. I was not able to find as much information about his life as I wanted to. However, I do know that he was a student majoring in psychology within the College of Sciences. I also know that he was considered a great friend to many, and he was truly loved by his friends and family. With this proclamation, I hope to preserve Eric Anthony Williams' memory, as the UCF community will forever honor the impact of this night. With that, I yield my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to debate? We are now in line for debate. Yaman Chili, then Samilo.
Can we see my amendment as a technical?
Yes. Samilo?
Hi again. I just wanted to read something that one of his friends had posted on the website for his obituary, and kind of just reflect the kind of nights that we have here at UCF. So buckle down. I'm sorry, y'all. But she says, I haven't had many best friends in this lifetime, and you were one of mine. You were my closest, and I think we helped each other through a lot. We held hands together through the hardest times, and there were only so much that I could do. There's not a day that goes by that I don't miss you. Your mom loves you. Our worlds are different without you in it for sure, and I keep going because I know that's what you would have wanted from me. You want to see me happy and be treated right, and that's what I will be doing. I love you, and I miss you every day. To my dearest friend.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak in debate? Seeing none, is there a motion to move to voting procedures? We are now there. With a vote count 32 to 0, Proclamation 5538 passes on second reading. I'm going to go ahead and do a 10-minute recess so that we can all resonate with these proclamations after our moment of silence with Chair Hamid. And so you all can collect yourselves because it's a very emotional moment right now. So Chair Hamid.
I'd just like to say that as senators, I feel very honored that we have been given the opportunity to honor these nights. It's not very often that you get to write something that honors people. And I really hope that these proclamations honor these students in a way that they would appreciate. And with that, I would like to have a brief moment of silence in honor of our Eternal Nights this year. thank you guys so much for reading them and really learning about these important members of our community. And I hope that you guys can all attend the Eternal Night ceremony where these knights will continue to be honored.
Chair Snella.
I just wanted to give a huge thank you to SBA as well as Chair Hamid for putting in the time to look up everything that they could find about each individual and really reflect them as a person within these proclamations, not just a number or a statistic or anything like that, but really value them as a member of UCF and make sure that they put as much as they could into each one of them and reflect the person that we lost from the community. So thank you guys so much.
With that, I hereby recess this body at 10:32 to reconvene at 10:42 p.m.
Don't worry, I wasn't, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't happening. Yeah, of course, of course. I'm just saying, like, yeah, for the most part, I would have liked to put in the conversation, like, what accountability would look like. That's how it's all about. I'm obviously, this is great, and I'm going to you know, I was thinking of my review, I was thinking of anybody else.
I'm so glad that it's so good because I don't know if the grade would be genuinely, that's weird. There's no lines that like separate which one I'm solving. Oh, that's crazy. I still give myself like I'm just hoping that it's next one, so I can yeah, because the final just replaces your mark. Yeah. So if you do good on the next one, the final? Why not? You can be wet. Oh, sure, if you can have it. You know, I'll send you when the next meeting is, April 9th. Are you in the? Yeah. And now you're going to be for real, so you're going to make it new age of you. It's like a Rome first. Leather pipes everywhere. My girlfriend has me. My brother used to go out in the park. We had this huge, like, we had some balloon on there that made this huge, like, I don't know before. I don't know how to do it. How do you do it? I think Tampa would be nice. But it's like, it's not yeah, it's like 50,000. There's no Orlando. It's only 30 minutes east. It's right next to the Cape Canaveral. Yeah, you told me you came out of Orlando. Oh yeah, we were getting one of the land cruises. Where do you guys go? You went World Series, man. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Really? They're old, retired, and they're really blasted on the. Well, I was there with family. We went on this excursion. What excursion did you do? Oh, we find our excursions is we go down from the cruise ship. We find the first local that skiing. We bet. And he takes us in the car and takes us around the the locals know. Oh yeah. We went on this like pontoon, like scuba. There was some boat that went out and yeah. And then went back some reef snorkeling. And on the way back to the but I got seasick, right? So I was just like sleeping when I wake up. It's honestly kind of a valid response because if you go to the lake, people live one night now, and everyone is. Maybe we did that. Yeah, that's why a lot of so not for sure. I'm telling you, the trifecta genuinely went down a lot. And then, like this, I was proud of it. Like, we started talking about how is it under the biggest. Yeah, they can never, they have no water, they live in the. That's what the frat house is, one giant, the biggest frat house. The video of them like smacking and then Black and Blue Bruce to grow with James. I know. They always keep it secret. Right, they can't say it. Yeah, no, that's the first time that's something like, which is not the first one. Right, they're not. It's Yes, we do. I have to drive.
Right, y'all, we are coming to a close very soon. I reconvene this meeting at 10:49 p.m. I'm going to go ahead and start with Senate Forum. Please make sure your Senate Forum is not only respectful, but it's transparent and it's objective, please. We just want to make sure that bridges are not burned, and you're allowed to say, what you want to say, but in this chamber, as decorum for this specific topic, I just want to make sure that it's respectful and you're not speaking about the character of any individuals, but you're speaking about the situation at hand, whatever you choose to cover. And with that, I will start with Pro Tempore DeMarla.
Hello. I also wanted to first thank SBA for all the hard work they did for Eternal Nights. It's a really difficult subject, but on a brighter note, I wanted to congratulate some of the senators in a room. I think it's amazing that we're filled with people who have their own accomplishments. So, these are only a couple of the ones that I knew of recently, but congrats to Aaron for getting inducted into the President's Leadership Council.
You stole my shout out.
And Ishan for being inducted in the 2024 Order of Pegasus.
And Akila. Why would you count yourself out? Don't do that. Anyways, Chair Lazo.
So a little bit less happy, but I wouldn't be calling this out if it weren't a prevalent issue that's affecting not just me, but a few of my peers here in Senate. So as obviously you all know, we senators have a really great passion for Senate. And with that passion, a lot of us have to have drive, and we want to put things together such as incredible events or giving back to our communities that we care so much about. But we can't pursue that passion or that drive without funding. And I don't expect money to fall from the sky. That's obviously not how that works. And I'm going to employ a level of decorum here that was I exhorted to my colleagues earlier, and for the sake of trying to keep good relations, not naming names, if you know, you know, if you don't, you don't. But when promises from another branch are made and fall through, that doesn't reflect on them. That doesn't affect them. It affects us. It reflects poorly on our committee and caucus leadership, who then have one of two options after these failures upon the mentioned branch make funding fall through. And the first is that we continue with our events without the necessary funding, and as such, we don't have the resources, we don't have materials. And option two is you pay for it out of pocket, which I would like to remind you that caucus leaderships and sometimes not all committee members are paid for the work that they do. So the former option that I mentioned causes the caucuses and committees to look unprofessional, unprepared, and generally lowers our reputation within the community. Whereas the latter puts undue financial strain on us, on leadership that's just trying to make the community a better place. And while it's too late in the session and too late in timeline for some of these events to be remedied, I would like to point out and simply speak to voice out the frustrations and disappointments that those of us who honestly feel mistreated by the actions of those meant to support and embolden our causes. You really are supposed to be unified as student government, and we're supposed to represent the entire student body. And sometimes we can't do that without proper funding and resource allocation. Thank you.
Lazier.
So I'm very proud of my fraternity. We had our final philanthropy event last night, and we were able to raise over $18,000 for the Live Like Blue Foundation in support of ALS. So I just wanted to shout them out because I appreciate all the work we were able to do, and then just shout out the Greek life community as a whole for all we've been able to do for philanthropy and volunteer efforts this semester.
Awesome. D-Like Morissette.
I just want to press y'all to join the egg hunt that Eastern Martell planned. The clues and the gifts and the prizes that are planned and y'all are not about to join is just insane to me. It's a Friday night, so I know you guys you have availability. I know like most of you guys are not working and you're just planning to go out. Go out here. Come back to campus. Come join us again. I better see more names by the end of the night, or I will come after you. I know all of your last names, so I will find you. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. You just called me unemployed? I'm sitting right here. Santa Matal, okay. Dakara.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit long. I'm just gonna say a few things, just some personal opinions on such, and just like matters I could bring to myself, and also me something to say personally is just like basically the legislation we did. I did to speak about when it happens open forum. I'm sorry, I was in the bathroom, so I came out. Everyone was talking about open forums. Like, what are y'all talking about? It's apparent that individuals should be respectful, but sometimes when certain things happen, it doesn't go to the full extent of its professionalism. Regarding the complex situation, what was brought up, it's unfortunate the individual thought it was right to publicly state the individuals who have gone over the hours without giving any form of context to external factors that play in this. Though I can understand they focus on transparency, this should work in all ways, not just one area. As in statutes, the comptroller is their job to play as the fiscal officer for all branches, but unfortunately it's come to my attention that was not happening in certain situations. I would assume when playing an active role as a comptroller, you would actively watch the OPS of each branch, as that's their responsibility. We as the Senate are given the ability to fund students in many different areas, but we can only do this with updated numbers. We unfortunately went over as the comptroller did not accurately input the numbers based on fiscal bills. When Senate fiscal leadership raised the concern of money going over, he asked leadership to continue seeing students for funding, saying that the RSOs will receive the money once he finds money in the budget line for it. However, he was wrong and it automatically processed all the requests. Meetings were held regarding this with fiscal leadership, and it was not met with the same urgency and concern as Senate fiscal leadership had. They were given a response that was dealt with no problem, as the comptroller would find the money to cover it. We should not have to find the money if things were done correctly. Though I could understand sometimes more isn't needed to be said, but it might be better to give a little bit more than just two sets of numbers in your report. I feel the Senate would greatly appreciate more information regarding the fiscal state of the body, which will allow for more transparent communication. The situation carries over an idea into the 56th session, like the word accountability. With the confirmation of cabinet members in the next session, we must make sure that these individuals are actually actively playing their role as they're confirmed to do. I will wrap it up by understanding my unintended fault in this issue, but this could have easily been dealt with in meeting with the individual. I was never notified of anything until this night during a report. It would have been something for the comptroller to stay during the meeting and speak to me or the individuals after, but even that apparently couldn't be done. That's it. Yeah, I will say that I will take accountability for what I did. He did say on the floor it was my fault, but unintentionally there was things that played in the fact of me leading to this. and things that I was led to believe that weren't true. But I will say that.
Pullman.
So yeah, since this has been brought to the floor, I feel like it's only fair that we have the opportunity to speak for ourselves and explain our side. And it's only fair to everybody here that they understand the situation, not taken out of context. So personally, I was present in a meeting today, not long before Senate, with the heads of fiscal and fiscal leadership. And this was not brought up in that meeting. The situation earlier was not brought up in that meeting, nor was I ever approached about it earlier. And then it was just brought to the floor. So first things first, I think it goes without saying that we didn't know the current state of the OPS budget. We were under the impression that there was not going to be negative effects, so nothing was never indicated otherwise. Second of all, I think that most of us know that there are multiple people who oversee and who are in charge of fiscal matters. So to put sole blame on one group of people or one body is, again, giving a lack of context to the reality. All that being said, I do want to apologize to those of you who cannot hold events or make some last minute orders because of this. But again, providing full context, and if we're being transparent, this is why we have a position whose job it is to oversee the monetary ongoings of SG, and there were some discrepancies there. So there were loose ends on all sides of this matter, and I would hope that in the future, everybody at fault is able to take accountability just as much as they ask of the other end. And I hope that we all take this as a learning experience. And as a body, we can see firsthand how important it is to use our leadership roles as a means for respect and to treat the other branches with respect and each other with respect, whether we agree with them or not, or see things differently. We should be using our roles to find communication venues that are beneficial instead of underhanded. And I think that's where that starts.
Yalman Chili.
So today was intense. It was deeply saddening to hear the stories of the 10 fallen Eternal Knights. I really wanted to, from a heavy heart, thank Chair Hamid and every member of the SBA committee for going through this effort. These stories are incredibly painful to hear. These 10 people, when we see the things they have done, they often remind us of ourselves. They were just like us, and they were young people, and their lives were cut short so abruptly. And they had big dreams, big aspirations. We see ideals that we should live up to. These knights represent kindness. They made a difference in the lives of their family, their friends, and the people around them. And so it really struck a nerve because death is a painful topic. And I really took this to heart, considering that I did go through a near-death experience last year myself. And so once again, this broke me. And I wanted to very much thank Chair Hamid and every single member of the SBA committee for putting in the effort to honor these great people. Thank you.
My teams needed to be refreshed. All right. Richmond.
Well, my bad. I'm not very good at being vulnerable at all. I'm more into laughing than grieving. But I wanted to say thank you to everyone for listening and or writing a proclamation. As someone who is currently grieving a loss right now, it is always so I don't even know how to say it, like wholesome to have support from so many people. It's truly unimaginable each time it happens, and it shapes you forever. And these proclamations go such a long way for friends and family, and I'm just grateful for y'all.
Next up we have Vice Chair Trainer.
Hi there. On a separate note, I just wanted to announce that I just got confirmation of our second guest speaker at the event, the Earth Day demonstration. It will be Dr. Kelly Semrad, who currently works at the Rosen College. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool. That's it.
I'll do Hamid then Temple. Did you have a question or something?
It was more so a point to add on to that because
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Kelly Semrad is also running for Orange County District 5. So
Ooh.
that's actually a very familiar name you all should see on the November ballot. It's speaking of which, vote when you need to.
Hamid.
So I would like to thank SBA again for their hard work in writing the Eternal Nights proclamations. I know it took a lot of hard work and dedication to really understand these Eternal Nights and put as much details as we could about them and about their legacy that they leave here at UCF. I would like to thank you, the Senate body, for listening intently and really connecting with these nights and understanding the importance of the Eternal Night ceremony and the proclamations and treating this with respect that it deserves and the respect that these nights deserve. I am so honored from like the depths of my soul that I was given the opportunity to do this and to see what came out with these proclamations. And I'm very honored to be able to give these proclamations to the families and attend the Eternal Night ceremony. I highly recommend all of you do the same. Please also, after this, I know it was a very emotional night, take care of yourselves, talk to your support systems, find a place to chill out and relax. I know it was very heavy, and so please take care of yourselves first. Caps, always great. Even if you just want to like call your mom and chat her up, or talk to your friend. Make sure that you're back and ready, and thank you all again. I really do appreciate you guys listening and honoring these nights the way they should be honored.
Are there any questions regarding anything within Senate Forum? Alrighty. Senate deliberations, none. Advisors report, Brody.
All right, everybody. A couple of things quickly. Good work tonight. This is always a longer and harder Senate meeting, especially when you had 25 other pieces of legislation. So good work on the long night. I was actually talking to some of my colleagues yesterday during our staff meeting, and Eternal Nights is always interesting as I watch senators, and I want to kind of mention it really quick. It's always interesting to me how every year, whenever we get to Eternal Nights and in the committee and during Senate, how there's this kind of switch that flips for a lot of the senators, at least in my experience, from kind of various different perspectives and all over the place to kind of like, oh, okay, this is real, this is serious, this is a big deal, and there's that switch that flips, right? And that's not to say other things you do aren't also serious and real, but it's just always an interesting dynamic that I watch, and I kind of see that every year. Eternal Nights is very important, and I think it's a really cool thing that you all have an opportunity to do, and I know it means a lot to those families that come to the event. Along that line, I'll give a quick shout out to SBA because along with writing and researching and then seeing all the Eternal Nights proclamations, they also have seen a ton of other things the last few weeks. So I'm going to give a quick shout out to them. And then, we'll hear some shout outs from you all. Ethan, go for it.
All right. So I'm going to mix up a little bit, and I want to shout out my now former Vice Chair, Duke. She brought it to my attention that she would be resigning earlier today, and I hope she comes back for the 56th session. I don't know what is going on her end, but I hope that it all goes well. But she is a senator that I really enjoyed working with back both in the 54th and this session. So it's always it hurts to see her go, but c'est la vie. I wanted to shout out ORS because we've been working extremely hard to the very end. Kudos to you in particular, Chair Rose. I guess sort of a shout out to you, Hurst, because you're on that committee, but also just to annoy you with that, might as well. Yes, shout out to Vice Chairs Trainer and Vasquez for the initiatives that you both are working on. With you, Trainer, your sustainability working group. Sorry, ad hoc committee, same thing. And of course, Vasquez, for the event that you're hosting tomorrow. I will try my best to attend that event. But again, I wish I can just do meiosis and be there both times at once. But unfortunately, I can't do that because biology. And of course, I wanted to shout out GAP because we are not meeting next Monday. I'm going to give you guys the professional courtesy to let you guys have the rest of the semester to focus on your work because we are coming to that very quick period and might as well just get this out of the way. Working with you guys this session was an absolute honor and a privilege. And seeing you all grow, both former and current senators who are still on the committee and still have to deal with my nonsense for God knows how long, I'm really proud of each and every one of you for developing into the senators that you've become and for the people you've become. I really cannot wait to see where you guys go forward, whether it's in this body or outside it. All I know is that I myself will not be able to see all that happen, but I wish you all the best of luck. And you're going to hate me for this, Hurst, but as they say in Liverpool, you won't ever walk alone.
All right. Any other senator shout outs? Yeah, Amanda.
Shout out to Sierra for keeping us all on our jobs and remembering which ones we're on because there were so many bills tonight. And I do apologize for that a little bit because part of that's my fault. So I'm done now. We're not doing that anymore. Shout out to SBA again for dealing with the most difficult thing that we do. I know the budget is like a big deal, but this is the hardest thing that we do, I think, as a body. And I am so very grateful that you all take on this immense task. Even if it's just one person or if it's 50, it is never easy. I know that last year we had 31, if I'm not mistaken, and that wasn't easy. And tonight was no better. So I appreciate everything that you guys did to make sure that this was well put together so that we could all have that moment to connect with the fact that we are all here and we need to remember that it is a gift to be able to do these things and to honor the people that are no longer with us. I'd also like to say to Chair DeCara for a lot of the work that we do. You look surprised. You look very shocked about this. You put a lot of trust in me with ENA, and I do appreciate that you trust me to do the job. We talked about this morning of, can you just run the meeting because I can't be there? And there was no meeting anyway, which, oh well. But you've done it before of just trusting me to get things done, and I do appreciate that you have that trust in me. And to the rest of you, I do appreciate that we've all worked very well together this session. We've had our disagreements, sure, but we've done a very good job of staying cohesive with a lot of the things that we do and being able to have eloquent and professional discussions about things and not let it get to be a cat fight. That's the worst term I could use, but it's what I'm going to use right now. So I do appreciate all of us being able to do our jobs in a way that is professional. And I just want to shout all of you out for that.
All right, Laura.
Everyone who filled out the advising survey voluntarily, of course.
All right. Yeah.
So I've said this before, and other senators have said this before, but shout out to Chair Hamid and the SBA committee. I wanted to shout out every single senator of the SBA committee by name: Vice Chair Vasquez, Vice Chair Acosta, Senator Brown, Chair Fintel, Senator Hashimi, Senator Humayun, Chair Lazo, ELA Richmond, Senator Shanun, and Senator Torres. I also wanted to thank the LJR committee for a great year. We have seen a lot of absence requests. We have passed a lot of internal bills. We have had good discussions. And there have been things that have significantly changed this student government and this Senate for the better. So I wanted to thank everybody in the LJR committee. I especially wanted to thank Vice Chair Traynor. I also wanted to thank Vice Chair Hurst for being the Vice Chair of the LJR committee until, Traynor came in. So there's that. And I also wanted to shout out members of the LJR committee by name. So once again, Chair Hamid, Aile Pullman, Chair DeCara, and as well as Senator Luthra as well. And I also wanted to shout out to a senator who didn't, wasn't able to come to LJR meetings all that much, but when he did, he was very impactful in the discussions, and that is former Senator Kairos. And that's it. Thank you.
Madison wasn't here a couple weeks ago when I shouted all our Order of Pegasus nominees. So I also wanted to shout her out now because I didn't then.
Just one thing, Yalma Chili. Ben Sandlin was also an LGR vice chair, so don't forget about him. We love former vice chair Ben
Shout out
Sandlin.
to Vice Chair Sandlin too. My apologies.
We love Ben. We
I
miss
should
Ben
be
very
ashamed.
much. So also, Grace, love you very much. You're awesome. I love that we sat on the phone for half an hour just waiting for like quorum this morning. So shout out to you and me just like sitting there waiting for anything to happen and just going, never mind. So thank you for sitting on the phone with me in silence. It was great.
Right.
Never mind. I'm just kidding. Shout out to everyone who's donated to the donation drive. Lisa Bet, Kirsten donated. Netta, shout out Netta. Can't remember anyone else. So y'all better show up and show out. Okay, show out tomorrow. Okay, for sure. Shout out Chair Hamid. Thanks for all your help on everything. Shout out Andrew, who's sitting in the back. Everyone look at Andrew. Okay. Who else? Oh my God, I was going to say something else. Oh, shout out Amanda and shout out Paige, who we've all had events this week, and I think they were pretty successful, making successful events. Anyway, I think that's it.
All right. Yeah, Ariel.
Hi everyone. Sad to say, but I won't be here next week. I have to focus on my future, sadly. So this is my last meeting. So I wanted to shout out everybody. You guys have been great. Even those who didn't, who weren't here the very first day. It was great to meet you. I want to shout out Black Caucus because they saw me through everything, even when I had to be reinstated because my attendance was killing me. Shout out Sierra because every time I had a question, she was there answering my questions, and that helped with everything because, oh Lord, the amount of questions that I have running through my head, and it's everything's gonna fail because I can't get this one answer. She was there to answer that. Shout out CCIE as always. I thought this was gonna be a very weird experience because I had no idea what to expect coming in, and just sitting with them, even though there's a space where I technically am supposed to sit, but just sitting with them has been so cool. Even meeting Juan, who's technically from Miami as well. Who would have thought? But and thank you to everybody else who's really made this experience what it is. People ask me why are you still doing it? Because you always complain about how you're never home, and it's there is so much that can be done at this school, and this experience has really been like I said earlier, one for the books, because I really didn't know what to expect, and it's been great. So like I said a couple of weeks ago, the same way you guys have been very generous to me, very nice and kind and supportive of me. I hope you are the same to everybody else who's new here because it makes so much of an impact. Because I promise you, I gave it to the beginning of fall before I was I'm going to leave if I don't like it. So thank y'all.
All right. Yeah, yeah.
There was something I did forget. So Sunday, March 31st, this Sunday is International Transgender Day of Visibility. I thought that was pretty cool. And in that context, the LGBTQ plus caucus helped host a trans wellness seminar this Monday, I believe. And I hear that was a great event. So I wanted to shout out the LGBTQ plus caucus and the people who helped organize the event. So that would be Chair Fintel and Chair Hamid. And so, yeah, we love trans people.
Jason.
Obviously, you guys know SBA. So proud. It's I'm a proud dad again for this meeting. So proud of you guys for the proclamations that you wrote. Also, Vice Chair Vasquez. Literally so slay every day. Literally did this event and was didn't even sweat. Maybe she was a little nervous, but she was slaying with the amount of free things that we got. Our budget for this was $0, we had $0 and we worked with $0 and now we have so much money. And I don't know how she did that, but like she did it. And I think that's really impressive. Obviously, shout out to Lazo and Allison for dropping a tent on me. That did happen. They almost killed me. And, it's kind of traumatizing now. I don't think I'll ever look at tents the same. I was scared and they bullied me for it. So maybe that's an anti-shout out. Shout out to Paige and Austin next to me. They're so real and I appreciate them greatly.
Ethan?
Yeah, me, of course, I forget a shout out. This one, though, I feel really bad for because not only did I intend on doing it, but I also wrote it in the agenda. So I wanted to shout out Senators-elect Jordan and JC. I cannot remember how to write your last names. Sorry, and it's a long night. Sorry, but I really wanted to shout you both out for having really good legislation tonight. I would also shout out Senator-elect Halima as well because of the Arab Community Caucus. But all three of you had such good legislation. I cannot wait to see what you three do coming into the 56th session. That's all.
Amanda.
I would just like to shout out Allison and Paige and Andrea for doing all their work, and then anti-shout out Jason for being a liar. He was simply asked to hold a tent and was not having it. Drama mama.
All right. If there's no more shout outs, we'll move on.
Hello, everyone. Great meeting today. Obviously a very difficult one. So if anybody needs somebody to talk to, I'm here for you. You are loved and cared for, especially by me. As my time as graduate assistant comes to an end, along with the session, I want to thank everybody for being amazing senators. It was a pleasure working with all of you. I know it's not the last meeting, but before everybody's all mushy and gushy next week, I'm going to start it today. What else do I have? Okay, we did the active assailant training on Monday. I would like to thank Amanda for being the only person to come to it. Sergeant Scott was so gracious to offer to do another training, possibly next Thursday, maybe at 4:00. If anybody's interested, show of hands. If not, just work. Okay, we have a couple of people. Okay. Thursday at 4:00, and you can learn what to do. Okay, we have 5 or 6 hands. I don't know. I might do it for the next session as one of the first couple meetings and be like, this is what it would have been like to have a graduate assistant, and then be like, bye. So if I do end up doing it and you're no longer a senator, I can still send you an email. Just write your name in the agenda if you are interested in it, and then I can send you an invite. And oh shoot. Okay. And then connect with me on LinkedIn. So that when you are all successful, you're obviously very successful now, but when you're rich and famous and successful, then I can be like, look, we're connected on LinkedIn. So I'm going to put my link over here in a sec. So yes, great meeting. Love you all.
Hello. Thank you for a productive, respectful, uplifting meeting tonight. That's really hard. I saw Eternal Nights last year. I saw it this year. It's always very moving. I'm sure we've all had our own experiences with people close to us passing. So I think it's important to remember what these families are going through and, what their friends are experiencing. If you know anyone, or if you yourself need to find a place to speak and voice your emotions and feelings, Netta expressed it, but I'm also here. We're both here for you. And then I also dropped the links for Student Health Services and the link for CAPS. Both of them are completely anonymous. You're welcome to go there at any time. We love you very much. You're a part of our community. That's all for tonight. No cat pictures. And have a good night.
It's going to be next week's my last time yapping for so long. I'm kind of tired of it. Alrighty, give me a second, y'all. I was cooking. All right. Are there any questions for the advisors? Seeing none. Miscellaneous business, reinstatements, none. Elections, none. Appointments, none. Resignations, I hereby resign Chair Duke. Demolish Drip Down, would you want to do it or call it a night?
Yeah, I'm a little drained to be
Okay.
but
fine.
everyone, almost everyone, has amazing outfits tonight. I'm looking at your graphic tee.
Oh, no. Anyways, final roll call. I don't know who said that, but that's crazy. Okay, we're going to do the pick a number again. What do I think? Okay, Temple, what's your number?
I don't want to hedge my bets on, so I'm gonna say 9.
Okay, wait, let me verify. You see my number, right? So I'm not being biased. Okay. Hamid? Yamachili?
6.
Laurel?
3.
Trainer?
2.
Kringle?
1.
Who else? Hers?
5.
Okay, say what the number was.
3. So
Okay, and for next week, for the last one, I have to come up with a challenge. Whoever wins that challenge gets to do it. Okay, Laurel, Richmond, go.
Okay, this is one of 2 for the last meeting since I win everything. Motion to adjourn the meeting pending whoa, decorum.
Actually, you know what? I might give it to you because you're graduating next week. I'll consider it, okay? Go ahead.
Motion to adjourn the meeting pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Chair Yamachili?
Lazo.
Present.
Trainer.
Present.
Corelli.
Present.
Morissette.
Present.
Temple.
Good evening.
Blanco.
Present.
Polera.
Present.
Datlas.
Present.
Caringle.
Present.
DeCara.
Present.
Butler.
Present.
Shannon.
Present.
Lazier.
Present.
Fintel.
Present.
Hamid.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Whitson.
Here.
Brown.
Present.
Similo. Absent. Humayun. Absent. Patel.
Here.
I am present. Luthra. Absent. Acosta.
Present.
Lopez. Absent. Hashimi.
Present.
Duke. Duke resigned. Torres.
Present.
Holmes.
Present.
Hurst.
Present.
Fuchs.
Present.
Musemeyer. Absent. Gabriela Polera.
Present.
Pullman.
Present.
Richmond.
Present.
Vasquez.
Present.
DeMarla.
Here.
Mittal.
Present.
35 out of 39. Quorum is verified.
I hereby adjourn this meeting at 11:24 p.m.